of the book Dune, but it wasn't the original sci-fi book. It was like a storyboard by a guy who wanted to do a remake of it in the 70s, but he never got financing because, it was going to be a 10-hour long movie and it just people weren't ready for it yet. So
Uh-huh.
Sotheby's was auctioning it off for 35,000. They paid 2 million for it because
Wow.
they thought as a group collectively that it gave them the copyright to
Oh,
Dune,
did
and,
you mention
and they
this?
could
Like,
make a
did you mention this in chat or not? Like, I don't think you did.
uh,
Somebody, maybe I saw
I
it
don't think it
somewhere.
was me, but
Okay. Okay.
oh my God. Yeah, they're all like, oh, so what if we burn it? It's like, well, there's like 15 other copies, so you can, but you know, it's just
Maybe, yeah, maybe
what
it
do they
was
call it?
somebody at work. Like, because I was talking to some people about NFTs and crypto and stuff, and I don't really talk about that stuff really there because, I just don't, I don't want to get into it. And nobody knows I have a YouTube channel. Like, I keep that on the DL. But yeah, I heard about this. I heard about this actually, and then one of my one of my buddies um, is actually listening to a book, like an audio book version of Dune, like the original novel from 1965. Um, like, just incidentally, and we were talking about it last night. Um, I'm not familiar with it, like other than just knowing what it is. Um,
It was Robert Heinlein. Heinlein, I think, was the
some
author.
Yeah, something like that.
It was really popular, like in the early 70s, mid 70s. It was super popular sci-fi story.
Right.
But yeah, they thought that it's like you can't just buy a copy of something and then now you own the copyright.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
just
It's.
it's like an
I know.
inverse. What's it? How comes razor? They say never attribute anything to malice, which could be attributed to ignorance.
Yeah. That's funny.
It's like, are they horrible people or were they just totally clueless or what? I
Yeah. I
don't
don't.
know. But yeah, they've got this $2 million copy of something that's worth thirty-five
God.
thousand, and they can't do anything with it. So
Oh my gosh.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Let
And I
me.
kind of feel for them, but like
But oh yeah. So yeah,
they don't.
definitively, this was a discussion I had at work with some coworkers because I remember saying that right there. That's the epitome of like that is classic, just uninformed investing. Like you don't know what you're buying. You don't know the rights, the obligations, or shit about what you have actually spent your money on. That is the definition of uninformed investing, 101 right there. And I wanted to go on and say, yeah, and I've been talking about that on my YouTube channel, but I, I didn't say it. Didn't go into that.
Well,
But
it almost happened before when a Dow group got together and they wanted to buy a copy of the Constitution. It was like a rare copy, and it was 1.5 million or something insane. And they actually lost the bid to Jeff Bezos,
oh God,
who, say what you will about Jeff Bezos, but he was like, I can't let this fall into the hands of these people who are probably going to want to burn it or make an animated short out of it to sell to
right?
Netflix, or who knows. So I kind of had to like give Bezos some credit for stepping in and saving a historical document that should probably be in a museum where a lot of people can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought it was, but who knows? Um, yeah. So, all right. I
Because
just,
that's a great metaphor for not knowing what you're buying.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. And then I think the next thing I said was, wow, the NFTs are kind of still a thing. Like, I mean, obviously they're still a thing, but like, there's still a thing that well, the saying or whatever the conventional wisdom is like, and this happened with AMC. It happened with the dot-com bubble. It happened in 1929 when everybody thinks that they can get rich, like on one of these schemes. Like when Billy Bob next door is like buying AMC because he thinks that it's his ticket to, financial independence. Like you pretty much you're in a bubble first of all, and that's just like when uninformed investing spreads to that degree, it's not good really for anything, except the people who are like on the other side of some of these trades. But I don't know with NFT like how that really works, and who got the money for that one, the Dune one. I don't know like how that shit works. Like it didn't go to the author, right, or his estate. It was somebody who had this copy or something, or I don't know. I'm just kind of like,
Yeah, Sotheby's had a copy and it was being auctioned off, and that's fine. You can buy the copy and own the copy and do
right,
whatever you
okay,
want with the copy, but you can't take the contents of the work and
mm-hmm,
then make a profit off it, because it still belongs to the estate of the guy who put together the
right,
storyboard and so you don't, just because you buy that doesn't mean that now
mm.
it's yours and you can turn around and turn it into a little money maker for yourself.
Right. And the interesting
It's
thing there
still,
is like even with NFTs, like let's say that I did create that Monopoly, that Monopoly guy, the gangster Monopoly guy image like that. Let's say that I made that and I made an NFT of it, and you bought it and then you sold it. Well, it's set up so that like I get a commission of that sale, or you can set it up that way. So the whole thing is to like kick back. I don't know what they call it. I would call it a commission or something, right? But like nobody does anybody ever truly own it, because you're still, giving the creator a cut every time it's sold in the future. So that seems like a gross misunderstanding of the whole concept of NFTs, like in general. Like I
well,
don't know.
don't you like actually, what you're owning is an address on a blockchain where the digital
Yeah,
um, product resides,
I would.
because it's not, I mean, I guess you could have it printed out as a piece of, as a
Yeah,
on
but
canvas
that
or
would
whatever
be
you wanted, but
that's getting into issues um, like, and I know you know a little bit about this probably, like music copyrights. So like you can have a copyright of a song, like I composed this song, versus a copyright of a recording of a song. So I could have written a song and you recorded it, so you own the copyright to that recording, but because I wrote the song, you have to pay me royalties on every copy of the recording that you sell. So they call that mechanical license. So um, so that kind of thing exists already. Or like you wrote a story and I want to produce copies of it. Oh, I can do that and sell it as long as I give you, your royalties that are due to you, because you're the actual, author or composer of it. But,
yeah, you can buy
but what you're saying is
a
that like,
license to use it.
right, exactly, yeah, license. So yeah, the data. Let's see here. I'm just looking at Wikipedia here. Um, an
There's a whole
NFT.
Twitter thread about the Dune thing, and it's quite fascinating. just, just to see the
NFT
shock and awe
ledgers.
of the people who are now realizing.
NFT
I'm sorry, go
ledgers.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, NFT ledgers claim to provide a public certificate of authenticity or proof of ownership, but the legal rights conveyed by an NFT can be uncertain. NFTs do not restrict the sharing or copying of the underlying digital files and do not prevent the creation of NFTs with identical associated files. And it is stored on a blockchain. So, right, it's like this decentralized type of thing. Uh, Before I forget here, we have hot dog water in the YouTube live chat, and Sergeant Baloney in the YouTube live chat. Sergeant Baloney says, I had
What?
1,392 shares. 1,392 shares on June 3rd. I was thinking about selling at $76, but Matt Kors said squeeze wasn't done, so I held. Now I only got 500 shares and I need to hold to 30 to break even. Hope AMC squeezes one more time at least $30. So there's a, that is like a carbon
Oh,
copy of the
I'm
email
so
I got the
sorry.
other night from this gentleman who he said he was a firefighter in DC, or he's a firefighter paramedic in DC. So one of us, a working class person, who bought into this, and he's holding shares at an average of $30. So this is similar to what I'm hearing here. And I don't talk too much about my personal situation, but yeah, I mean, I was right along there, with everybody with that, in terms of believing the narrative at that time, because really for me it was just like I missed out on GameStop due to personal circumstances. I did not have any money in the market 1 year ago when GameStop happened. And of course, I felt left out. I was like, God damn, I can't believe I missed that, and yada yada yada. So whatever. And then everybody starts talking about AMC, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'll buy some calls. I'll buy a few shares, whatever. And it exploded. So it was less of an intentional thing. It's like more like, all right, well, I missed out on this first one, back in January. It probably won't happen again, but whatever, just roll the dice. I have stimulus money. uh, but yeah, I mean, but in terms of the unrealized gains, like we were talking about in our Telegram chat a little bit ago, like I did not realize those gains, and they went away, and I wish I had realized them, because that would have been. They like to talk about life changing money. I don't know. 12 grand is life change. 12 grand would have changed my life, at least somewhat, if I had realized that. And, sadly, um, I didn't. So, anyway, the way I look at
Well,
losses in the market
you
is
say,
education. It's the cost of learning. So you're goddamn
yes.
right. I'm going to learn from that mistake. And part of what I'm trying to do with this channel is to pay that forward, because I know there are so many people in this situation, probably worse than someone holding 500 shares at $30. There are more people who bought in at the top, I think, than we actually know, than we realize. So, yeah, that's just a little bit about my connection to that. But wow.
Well, I can tell you just from following chat on Webull,
Mm,
um, a lot of people came in, high, like $50 a share and up, convinced that the floor was a million.
yep.
And you heard me say it more than once that a lot of people are going to be really devastated financially by this, and whether they flat out lose money that they invested, or they lose money that never, they didn't cash out when they could have.
Right.
um and people said, oh, Boomer doesn't understand how it works. No, but
Mm-hmm.
but I can see a scam when it's in front of me. And there much information being given out, and so much based on nothing. So if you come to this channel, you're going to at least get facts and truth and citations to back it up, instead of somebody just talking because they have so many subscribers. It's like, so what? That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean
Right.
anything.
Yeah, exactly. And a popularity contest, like, that one quote that I would always use before is, what is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular. And that, like I explained one time or more, I my third grade teacher had that on a poster in her classroom, and I remember it from then, because I was not really one of the popular kids. I was, a nerdy kid, skinny kid with glasses, in third grade, and wasn't one of the cool, popular kids. And that quote resonated with me, and I haven't really thought about it too much since then until AMC, because you got people like Trey, Matt Kors, Short the VIX, the Misinformed Investor, Andrew Mo Money, all these guys, Boss Blunts. I mean, who? Let's listen to a guy who calls himself Boss Blunts. Okay, like, yeah, of course he's going to be popular now these days. But and I did a piece on him because he was talking. This is the kind of off topic here from what we're talking about, but not really, because he was talking about Evergrande, China Evergrande, and how their shares were pulled from the Hong Kong stock market. Their shares were pulled from the Hong Kong market. They were halted. They were delisted. Well, no, that's not what it was at all. In fact, China Evergrande submitted the proper, like, the request to voluntarily halt the trading of their own shares pending the release of news, about their company. So they weren't pulled from the market. They weren't delisted. It was a normal function of capital markets where, you don't want to have your shares trading at a time when there's like major news coming out. And the Hong Kong stock market has a provision to do that. I looked it up, but he's going on a live stream, basically sitting there smoking a blunt saying, oh, wow, look, Evergrande's crashed. Their stock was pulled from the market. This is AMC. You're all going to be millionaires. It's like, what? No, that's not what that means at all, first of all. So I did a video in response to it and basically called him a fool, because he is. And then he had the nerve to comment on the video and say, oh, you obviously have never heard of DD, have you? And it's like, yeah, I have. That's what I'm doing. What, are you trying to direct me over to Twitter or Reddit to read your bullshit? Fuck, man. That there is no. It's just that everything is bullish. It's perma bullish, and I'm surprised that he even responded. But yeah, exactly. Now I'm not sitting here smoking weed on a fucking live stream, stroking the ego of a bunch of entitled, new market participants so that I can get views or people to give me money on the internet. Like, that's not what this is. But for some people, obviously, it is. Let me catch up with the chat here. Sergeant Baloney bought Shiba Inu. It thinks it's the next AMC. This time I'm selling when it's right. This time I'm selling when I think it's right, not listening to anybody. And I do think meme stocks are not done yet, because the internet is very huge and we can move the market. Right now, market is on fire. Everybody's scared. So, Lynn, you messed around with Shiba Inu, right? Back when it caught fire?
Shiba Inu messed around with me, actually, but
Yeah,
to be more to the point.
yeah, yeah. um,
I've lost money on that. I've lost money on a bunch. Every time I go near crypto, I lose money. I mean, it
yeah,
without fail. It doesn't matter what. So
I don't
I
mess with
stuck
it.
my fingers in that fire, and
Mm-hmm.
I've decided that that's just not for me. Shiba Inu. I mean, I think there's a handful of people that are manipulating a lot of the cryptos. Maybe not
Sure.
like Bitcoin and Ethereum so much, but
Probably,
it's
yeah.
manipulated. It's so manipulated, and nothing about it is organic.
Right.
So I think you're kind of at the mercy of people who have more information than you do and more money than you do, and they're going to do it on their whim. And if you time it right and you're really paying attention, yeah, you can probably get lucky.
Right.
But
Mm-hmm.
it's enticing because the price is so low that it's like, oh well, I can invest $100 and whatever you can lose, and it's not a big deal. But I know that a lot of people went all in on that too, and when it tanked so fast. There's you
On
just weren't going to
Shiba,
catch it on the way
yeah.
down. It just was
Right.
not going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree.
I
So
mean, I
I'm.
wish everybody success in the market. I would like to see us all
Mm-hmm.
be able to make money in the market. Um, but even the pros who are, financial professionals, and they work for hedge funds, and they do this full time and have, university degrees in economics and finance and how all this
Yep.
works. Even the honest ones will say, we can't tell you what's going to happen tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. No. And I've mentioned that before, um, because there was a period where I was trying to learn as much as I could about Ken Griffin and Citadel, and really get inside of the kind of the mindset, the market maker mindset, and him as a person and as an investor himself and a trader and a businessman, and yeah, he said that he made a point to say that his best traders would barely, would basically barely better than a 50% win rate, and that's the best guys at Citadel, or the hedge fund or whatever. I don't know. I can't remember the time frame of when he gave that talk and when he was saying it, but basically, institutional investors, you know, will they will yeah, like you said, if they're being honest, it's like, yeah, no, they don't win all the time, and that's the whole concept of a hedge fund anyway. It's a hedge. It's a hedge. So that inherently kind of implies like, well, we have these people have these holdings, and we're going to hedge it by having this set of holdings or shorting this set of holdings or whatever, as a hedge, as a protective, barrier, if you will, like a row of hedges in an English garden to keep the deer out or whatever. It's a protective type of instrument at the end of the day. But anyway, yeah. So we'll see here. But to the point about meme stocks being done. Okay. Let me just say this: the sentiment and the overall landscape 1 year ago versus now is completely different, and that landscape is largely what allowed the meme stock craze to come about. That's what I would put forward in terms of meme stocks. Is it going to continue? Is it going to happen again? I would say look at what was happening 1 year ago, economically, everything. But mainly, you had people on unemployment, you had stimulus checks, you did not have the Fed coming out and saying we're going to tighten things up, we're going to be hawkish. They were printing the Coke, so to speak, like to use a maverick of Wall Street ism. They were printing the Coke like there was no tomorrow. But now they're trying to rein in the Coke. So that's a big thing. That's a really big thing. What are your thoughts, Lynn, on that type of, you know, meme
Oh,
stocks? Are they
yeah,
done, or is it going to happen
well,
again?
no, as long as there's memes, there'll be meme stocks.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess so.
Wh-
Let me put a better point on it. The 72 or what was it? The 36x of AMC going from $3 to 76 dollars. That kind of thing could happen at any time with any stock. Technically, I've never experienced it, but that was due to this plethora of retail engagement. So I guess what I'm saying is retail does not have the ability to do what they did last year. It's because everything's different now in terms of, think about how many stimulus checks and how much unemployment money was used to pump those stocks up. And you don't have any of that now. You have none of that. So, I don't know if you watched Maverick's latest video. He was talking about credit card debt. Americans' credit card debt is higher than it was at the before the pandemic now. So remember
Sure, because
when
everybody
everybody
got
was
used
when
to that level of buying, that level of, the like the money coming in every month,
exactly.
that stimulus money.
Now
Everybody
we
got
have
used to it, and when it dried up,
yeah, right. And that
it's
and
going to
remember when
stop.
the narrative was, oh, in 2020 and 2021, more people have gotten out of poverty, as a result of all of these, all of this printed coke. That was a thing. And now
Bullshit. That's
more
bullshit. That's
well,
such bullshit.
right,
With
because
that.
it's temporary, because I mean, maybe for those few months, but now you have more people in extreme poverty than you did before the pandemic. So, like, and
Well,
let's
and as
just
I
put,
mentioned before, like in
hmm
California, they're coming after people for that money, and they're saying, "No,
right.
we want it back. We don't.
Oh,
We
that's
don't think you
outrageous.
qualified for it after all."
And let me
So yeah,
let
so
me
there's a
put
lot of
a
people who still aren't working and are now going to have to repay this money to the state that was a lifeline when they were in dire straits, and now the state's saying we want it back. So,
yeah.
I don't believe it when when they sugarcoat it and say everything's great and job growth is great. It's all wonderful. It's they're just blowing smoke, and you know where they're blowing it, right?
Oh yeah,
So
for sure. And let me just put this
I don't believe it.
this anti-capitalist point on it as well, because at the same time you have all of that happening, and you have more people unemployed, no help, no eviction moratoriums, none of that stuff anymore. You have you have record numbers of virus infections, uh, and you have all of that at the same time that things are shitty for the bottom 90% of people. The top 10% of people have essentially cashed in. They've gotten even more wealthy. The Ken Griffins, the Elon Musks, the Jeff Bezoses, the Bill Gates, all of those fucks, they've only exponentially increased their wealth at the same time that all of this shit's happening. So, what a fucked up system. What an absolutely fucked up system. And as long as they can keep hope alive to some degree, I think, as long as and I'm not saying it's the primarily responsible for it, but think only in a desperate type of situation would so many people be clinging on to this thing, like as their one get out of poverty, become rich type of play, when anybody who's made any amount of money in their life knows that, well, they didn't get it all at once like that. That's not how it works. And the people who do, like lottery winners, they often end up penniless or fucking dead within a matter of years because they didn't get the money in an honest way. They cheated the system essentially, and the system just turned around and bent them right the fuck over and gave it right back to them. In a manner of
And
speaking.
that's exactly that's exactly what we just witnessed, really.
Yeah,
When
exactly.
you've got
Yep.
inflation outpacing wage growth. So yeah, okay, employers might be paying more now and they might be having a harder time filling jobs. I don't know. I've been job hunting for a really long time now,
Yeah.
and it's been very um I'll say disappointing, but it's been much worse than
Sure.
disappointing. Um, so it's not really, the jobs market is not what it was. Employers have taken
Mm-hmm.
this time with the pandemic to change the way that they do business and change the way they treat people. And then the rise of the gig economy, which is just another scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, driving for Lyft or Uber or Shipt or GoPuff or whoever, they're, believe me, they're still taking advantage of you. It's a
Oh
really good
yeah.
deal for them or they wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
So
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know you're right.
follow the money.
Yep.
But yeah, it's the rich have gotten richer and the poor or in the middle class have gotten poor, most of them.
Yeah.
I know a few people who did really well. Everything went right for them during the pandemic. A lot of it is timing, and any good gambler will tell you it's knowing when you're done. It's knowing when to walk away.
When to
It's
cash
knowing,
out. Yes, 100%.
yeah,
Yep.
a little bit of profit is better than
Well, yes,
an
exactly.
even
And that's
smaller
exactly what we're
loss.
talking about, because a lot of people could have walked away with a decent chunk of change, myself included, in June. Because the reality is you win some and you lose some, and the thing that separates the ultimate winners from the losers is knowing when to leave the table, when to take your chips and go the fuck home and say, I made 25%. I'm happy with that. I won. Okay, I'm done. This gambling session is over. I'm going to take that and go enjoy it, or think about what I did right
That's where
and
they
what did I
gamble.
do wrong, and then I'll come back again when I'm ready to gamble more, to use this gambling metaphor. Although how I feel about the market as a gambling as a casino. you know there are certainly people who treat it that way, but it's not necessarily, that's one way to play it. So I don't want to make the give the impression that I'm calling it that. It's more, there's there the analogy that I liked was, if you strive to be an informed investor, it would be like walking into a casino and knowing which slot machines to go to, because you know that they are more likely to pay you out rather than the one next to it. And that's what informed investing is like, because you go in with a fundamental base of knowledge, and you can analyze trends and price action, and you're picking the right slot machine. There's still no guarantee, but you have a better chance.
That wasn't happening. That was not happening. What we were
No.
seeing were people looking at it just like it was gambling. The market is supposed to be investment, speculation, strategy analysis. Gambling is like luck. It's luck and timing, and
Mm-hmm.
luck be a lady tonight. Are you in the right place at the right time, at
Yep.
the right table, and getting dealt the right cards, or pulling the
With the
right
right other
handle
players,
on the slot
with the
machine?
right other people at the
Yeah,
table too. Yeah, 100%.
yeah.
Let me
but
catch Manuel's
but people
comment
were
here real
looking at the
quick.
market as,
Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, go.
Well, Manuel's saying inflation is a big problem. The Fed is tanking the market, trying to control it. If raising the interest rates doesn't control the inflation, we're screwed. Um, and I mean, I think you've got the handle on it there. The thing I would say is, we are screwed, but air quotes here, they are not screwed. They win either way, because interest rates going up, who does that help in the long run? The people that are lending money. It just expanded out to credit cards. Average credit card interest rate is 16%, I think, right now. So interest rates going up across the board. There go, your credit card interest rate's going to go up as well. So that's more profit for the banks. Just one
Well,
example.
and when people are using their credit cards to pay for their rent, to pay for,
Yeah.
you know, um, like to keep the lights on and to keep the gas on in their homes, uh,
Yep.
in the winter, that's not what credit is for. It's like,
No.
you should never buy something on credit that you can't pay off in like the first, right away, or at least one or two payments.
Right.
But people are using it to pay their rent. So, it's bad. And
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, if the interest rates go up, if they go down, either way, it's going to be painful, for a lot of people. And the people who it's not going to be painful for aren't too concerned about the
Right.
rest of us.
Exactly. And that's exactly the point I was driving to. And to just highlight the other part of what you said, and we were talking about this earlier over in Telegram too, is you can have a booming stock market like we've had, or you can have low inflation, but you can't really have both. So right now, perhaps we're seeing that shift, from a booming stock market with tons of cocaine injected into it to less cocaine, you know, morphine injected into it, whatever, a depressant, um, and lower stock market as a result. But um, yeah, I mean, Manuel, you're you're right on. I mean, for a lot for most of us, for us regular people, I mean, just think about food prices. And we've talked about that on this channel before too. Food prices. Um, I was looking at commodity or the let's see, I was looking at here at the commodities futures, and uh, cotton has been like year to date, and we're talking year to date, so like less than a month. Cotton is up 10% year to date. In 19 days, cotton is already up, 10%. Um, that's that affects everything. Um, the oil. Let's see, what is the oil price? Oil is up 14% year to date. Natural gas is up. Heating oil, coal, all these things, you know, that we use both directly as resources and that are used in manufacturing. So your oil is going to drive shipping costs up, and yada yada yada. So it's, I mean, and these things take time to kind of like set in as well. Like it's not the gas that we're putting in our cars now was refined at some point in the past, and that oil was extracted from the ground, at some point further in the past. So there's a catch up, type of not ketchup and mayo, catch up. There's a catch up period. There's a lag. So I think it's probably going to get a lot worse, personally, before it gets better.
Well, I put gas in my car the other day, and granted, I don't know what kind of car was at the gas pump ahead of me.
Hmm?
Um, it could have been, maybe it was like a dually truck. I don't know. But the price from the previous purchase is still up on the screen, right?
Right. Yeah.
It was $178.
Mm. Oh my
Somebody had
God.
to put $178 to fill up their gas tank. Maybe it was an RV. I don't know. But um, to me,
Wow.
that's almost, it's hysterical and historical. The last time I filled my tank, it cost me $65. I have never paid that much for a tank of gasoline in my entire life. And I
Right.
thought, well, okay, I guess I'll be walking to the corner store now, because it's it's just crazy. And it's, yeah, that gas
So that
price
must be
is
over
for
five
gas that
dollars a
was,
gallon then. That has to be over $5 a gallon or
it
around.
was like 4.83 a gallon, I think, which is close
So
enough.
you've got like a 13 or 14 gallon tank in your car.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've got a
I'm
13-gallon
thinking
tank.
typical car, 12 or 13 gallons. I mean, that's around $5 a gallon. Of course, full
Yeah,
disclosure, you are on the left coast of the country. So, you know,
I'm in a very expensive place to live. Yeah, it's
good thing it's a good
it's
thing that
in fact, people are being priced out.
that you're
People are
independently
leaving
wealthy.
because they can't afford to stay.
It's a
Yeah,
good thing you're
yeah, yeah.
independently wealthy.
It's true.
Hmm.
It's true. Housing is going through the roof. I mean, rent prices, now that the moratorium on evictions is over, many landlords are upping the rent, to the maximum that they can,
Yeah.
uh, to recoup that, or they're just kicking people out, because then if they, if your tenants, you can only raise the rent 10% a year in California. But if
Oh,
you have people move out because you're going to renovate, then you can raise the rent to whatever you want. You just can't increase it on the same tenants. But if you get new tenants, you can bump it up to whatever you want. So a lot of people are being told, oh, we're going to do some major renovation on the place. You have to move out. And then their place is re rented a month later for double the price.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So Looking at top 10 gas stations and fuel prices in Ohio. The cheapest gas in Ohio, wow, 265.
Oh,
265.
geez. To drive to
269
Ohio to fill my tank.
in Columbus, Ohio. So that's where the cheapest gas is in my state. And I'm going to click over to California just for shits and giggles. The cheapest gas in California is 369, and that is in Lemoore, California, Oroville, California, Bakersfield. So that's Northern California, right?
Bakersfield. Yeah, I was going to say that's got to be the
It's
Central
northern.
Valley.
So that's, yeah, so that's not, obviously, SoCal is where it's at in terms of, like, just the insane prices.
Yeah, if you check Orange County, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara,
Here,
you can
Los
see.
Angeles. Um, cheapest 389, 391 in Glendora, Fullerton 399, Pomona 399, Fullerton, Pomona. But those places are, that's kind of, those places are more on the outskirts, right? Like what if I'm in where I used to go, Woodland Hills, West Hollywood, that area. Let's see. Oh, they're not even reported. 399, or sorry, 499, 439. So yeah, basically what you said, close to $5.
Yeah, yep. It costs more on the coast apparently. If you have a view of the ocean, then your gas is going to cost you more. Makes
Yeah,
sense somehow.
I mean New
Yeah,
York City.
it's going to be tight, and I hope people are prepared. I know I was not. I mean, I saw it coming, but I didn't see it coming this quickly. Or this drastically, I thought it would be kind of like, oh, we'll have time to kind of, catch up and brace ourselves. But
Right.
now that it's happening, it seems like it's just going to be, you know, uh, accelerating really quickly. Uh, I hope
Mm-hmm.
I'm wrong. I really do. I want to see everybody be comfortable and prosperous and happy, but it
Yep.
seems like we're all being squeezed and stressed out. And then, like in my state, they can't decide if we're in lockdown or we're not in lockdown or what's
Oh
going
yeah,
on. People are being
that's a lot.
sent
Yeah,
home, not
that's here
sent
too.
home.
Well, they've decided this. We're not in lockdown here. There's no restrictions. There are no restrictions whatsoever. There are no mandates. You don't have to wear a mask anywhere. Private businesses, I believe, can require it, but I don't know what they would do if you didn't. I see plenty of people in the stores with no
Oh, well,
mask. So clearly, I mean, I guess technically, well, what do they say? If you're vaccinated, you don't have to. But I mean, that's foolish. That is incredibly foolish with the variants that we have now. I believe. I'm just. I wear a mask everywhere. I wear a mask at work. I wear it 100% of the time when I'm around anyone else. Not out of paranoia, but just out of common sense. But not
well,
everybody
here in
does.
our state in their incredible wisdom just mandated, this is in effect until I think middle of February. If when your employees come to work and they're wearing a mask, you're supposed to hold it up to the light to demonstrate to your employer that no light comes through the mask, and then it's
What?
acceptable. If not, then you have to go get a different, yeah, you have to go
What
get a
in
different
the?
mask where no
I
light
have
comes through.
I have never heard of that. Is that actually state law or some kind of proposed thing?
It's an unenforceable mandate. I mean, nobody's gonna do it because what, now you've taken your mask off to hold it up
Well,
and go,
right,
come over here and look, see.
right,
So
and
it's just policymakers making policy
yeah, right.
because
I
they
mean,
don't
is
have
there
any good
any
ideas
science
on how to
behind
solve
that at all?
problems.
I've never heard of that. Like, light is somehow now analogous to virus particles. Okay, yeah, whatever. And
Well,
that's
it's
some
the density
California
of the
shit. I'm
mass.
sorry, that is some California shit right there. Oh God, I'm
That's
gonna have to
okay.
look into that.
I get it. I get it. Believe me. They've also said that previously, if you were not vaccinated, you could do a COVID test at home, right? And then show your employer the results on Monday, and then if it was negative, you could come in and go to work.
Right.
But now those tests have to be either overseen by the employer, sent to a lab, or administered by a testing facility or doctor's office. Because I guess a lot of people were putting the swab up the nose of their friend who they knew was negative,
Gosh.
and still going to work when they were sick with whether it was COVID or just a cold or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so people were cheating basically to go to work because everybody needs to work because
Right.
everything's so expensive. And
Yeah.
I guess they figured it out, and so now, yeah, that home test is no longer acceptable. And
Yeah,
I
I
think
did.
that's why they're sending out 4 tests to every resident in the United States. Like, these things don't work. Let's give them away.
Right. Yeah. Um, Manual says people cutting some of the mask layers to breathe easily. I haven't heard that either. But it doesn't surprise me. I mean, and from what I understand, the Omicron variant is so transmissible that even an improperly worn mask puts you at much greater risk. So, not on the nose or not tight fitting around, Um,
Well, and
so
store employees don't want to approach somebody who's not wearing a mask. At least in California,
yeah,
nobody says anything if someone comes into a store without a mask, because nobody wants to get into that confrontation with
yeah,
someone over a mask, because the opinion on wearing or not wearing is very strong. Whatever side you're on, it's, there's no like,
mm-hmm,
meh, I could go either way. No, it,
right,
like, either you're very for it or you're very against it, and nobody wants to have that confrontation with a customer in their store and,
sure,
have it escalate. So people are just not saying anything.
mm-hmm,
um yeah, it's just it's a very strange time. And I don't know how to solve that, but it's certainly not helping the jobs numbers or the stock market or
no,
anybody's financial stability at this point.
no, right, and like as Maverick of Wall Street was saying that he highlighted the fact that holiday spending was up this past year, and also credit card debt is up, and so putting two and two together there, um, Americans are borrowing more money, which is artificially contributing more artificial gains to this, had been this booming stock market, which at the end of the day is not good, because it's not really, you're not really spending money. You're spending fake money that was,
That's going to cost you twice as much to send
right.
when it's all said and done.
That's gonna cost you, yeah, yeah, right, exactly. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's like, and then the way the media reports on it too is a problem. Because they'll just talk about, oh, holiday spending was up. That means that Americans are, consumer confidence is blah blah blah. And it's like, well, no, not really, because they're not really spending money that they
They need to
earned.
go out on the street. They need to go on the street and talk to people and stop reporting what they're paid to report and go do real
Yeah,
journalism again.
there's a couple news organizations that I um, became fond of during the pandemic. One is Democracy Now! I don't know if you've heard of Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman over there. They're an independent journal, independent news agency. Another one
Oh
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
Real News
I
Network. Um, is also another one, um, and a couple others. But they're and of course people like Richard Wolff or Jacobin or the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Um, all of these are and I'll proudly admit all of these are left politically, you know, because that is But I mean, I'm saying left, not Democratic. Democrat Party, quote unquote liberal, whatever the liberal media, which is kind of a ridiculous thing anyway, right? But I don't hide that that affiliation of true progressive leftist identity. You know, historical materialist, Marxist, if you will, non anti-capitalist, which is funny because like I got into finance and the stock market, but at the end of the day, I you know I know that this is a bullshit system. It's a rigged system, and I don't like it. And but I guess on some level, well, if you can't beat them, join them maybe, or it's a dumb system, but let me learn how to play the game or something. Because like you can only
The problem is we
resistance
can't
only goes
afford to
so
join them.
far. What's that?
I said we can't afford to join them.
No, we can't. But
So
but that brings up an interesting point of like, and this relates back to the apes. The apes want to punish the hedge funds. The apes want to squeeze Wall Street, and the reality is that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen, especially when you go around saying that, and everything that you're going to do and your whole thesis is clearly available for Citadel's algorithms to scrub it and do the exact thing that will thwart that in the long run. Plus, they have an infinite amount of capital to squash you. So there's that too. But traditionally, individual investors, when they would become informed investors, there's a phrase: follow the smart money. You want to go with the momentum of the institutions, not against it. You want to know where Wall Street is going and latch onto that and try to ride some momentum waves and profit. Like in this recent market crash here, if you were in tune with this and you knew that this was coming, which it's hard not. It's hard. I personally think it would have been hard not to know. Maybe the timing could be whatever, but like there are a few people like Maverick of Wall Street been talking about this, and there's a couple other people that I listen to, and just based on even just technical analysis, even alone, you know, people should have been making money on this. Really, like I don't care. I don't give a fuck if it's a crash, if it's a bull, if it's a bear market, whatever. It doesn't really matter as long as you. I said this earlier in the chat too. It really doesn't matter if you know how to spot trends. You can spot a trending market, and you know the appropriate investing vehicles for those for different scenarios. It's like if you are if you fix cars, and somebody's bringing in a car, you got to be able to do whatever needs to be done to make it drivable again. In this analogy, making it drivable again is akin to profiting in the market, right? So whether it's fixing the brakes or, the intake manifold or whatever, you got to be able to have the right tools and apply them at the time. So when you see the signals of this crash coming, you're like, all right, I'm going to get my, market crash toolkit out and get set up here. And, and when the car comes in the shop, I'm going to go and I'm going to make some money. But so in that sense, like buying the dip at this point, probably not the smartest thing. I'm, personally.
Yeah, probably not really.
And let me
Not a
pull
good
up
idea.
orders by Fidelity customers on here. Orders by Fidelity customers. This was.
While you do that, I just want to say quickly that AMC and GameStop made the improbable seem normal.
Mm-hmm.
So those perfect storms where the stars aligned and everything came together, and the words spread on the street, and it all just kind of worked, right?
Yep.
It felt really normal, like, oh, this should happen. This should be the way it is, right? It should happen like this. We should be able to have this happen. this it should be wondrous like this. But it's not. It was really a perfect storm and an anomaly, and not the way that stocks normally function. But it
Yep.
made it seem, and then a lot of YouTubers were promoting the fact that, yeah, this is completely normal. What you're seeing is not weird at all. It's normal. Just, all you have to do is just sit there and wait, and it'll, Lambos to the moon.
Yeah, no,
not
I
reality.
100%
So
agree. It was an anomalous situation that was normalized.
it was a magic moment, and it's, it's yeah, sitting around waiting for a recreation of that is, well, good luck,
Yeah, and let me add too, like a lot of the times people will say, well, it doesn't cost you anything to just hold on to your shares. No, sorry, that's wrong. It does cost you something. And I've said this consistently, probably, before and this time around on the channel. You are paying a massive opportunity cost by sitting there, waiting, hoping, waiting, wishing, praying, whatever the hell that song saying, whatever it is, um, hoping, whatever. But in other words, you could be doing something with that money to make at least 1% return instead of losing, you know, more and more every day. Could, so you're giving up any potential profit that you might be making, which is opportunity cost. So, it doesn't, it's not free to hold stocks. It's even if the whether the stock even if the stock price is exactly flat, it goes exactly sideways every day. Then the price does not go up or down. You're still giving up that opportunity cost of not making another investment. So that always bothered me, and usually that would happen in the context of talking about people buying options. So they would say, well, don't buy options, buy shares, because with options, you're, most of the people lose money by buying options because they don't know how to trade them, so they just let them expire worthless. But if you buy shares, they don't ever expire worthless. You can just hold on to them, and it doesn't cost you anything to hold. But it costs the people shorting the stock. It costs them. They have to borrow the stock and they have to pay a borrowing fee, and yada yada yada. But no, it does cost you something to hold those shares. You just don't realize it because you're uninformed. But anyway, um, yikes! What a thing! What a time! So yeah, I mean, I'm
well,
looking at
I
the.
would say that,
Go ahead.
no, you that's to say that, it doesn't cost you anything to hold no matter what is incorrect. um, because during the dot-com bubble explosion, when like WorldCom and Global Crossing and,
Yeah.
like all the tech stocks imploded, uh, I had some money that was sitting in probate, and it
Hmm.
couldn't be touched because it was in probate. And I literally watched stocks, which I literally watched them go from, say, $100 a share to like 2 cents a share.
Wow.
And there was, yeah. And so it just went poof, and I just had to sit there and watch it, couldn't touch it.
Oh
In
man.
probate. So yeah,
That's yeah.
don't
That.
put stocks in probate. Don't leave your family stocks in probate is, word to the wise.
Yeah.
So but yeah, they will go down. And like Peter Lynch says, like one of the biggest misconceptions is that, the price went up, so that means it's going to continue to go up, right?
Mm.
It's like if it went up a little bit, it can go up more,
Right.
but
And
it can
that's
go
why
down,
on
easily.
every investing page, and probably on the bottom of this Fidelity page I'm looking at too, it says past performance does not dictate future returns or something like that. There's a standard way that they
Investment
phrase it.
always carries risk of
Yeah.
loss of investment, loss of principal.
Yeah. Exactly. Um,
Yeah, but
it
we're
probably
all
says
still
it up.
waiting for that miraculous AMC thing to happen again. Like, why isn't it happening again? It's broken. Like, who unplugged it? Why
Mm-hmm.
isn't it working?
Right. Yeah, and this orders by Fidelity customers page here has a little blurb at the top, and it says, each customer may have a different reason for buying or selling a security. This information provides you with only some information about customer sentiments. It should not be the sole basis for making an investment decision. Securities listed are not recommended or endorsed by Fidelity and are displayed for informational purposes only. Fidelity strongly encourages each investor to review and research their investments to ensure they align with the investor's personal investment objectives and risk profile. So that's a
Yeah, so if
nice
you lose
little
your shorts,
thing.
don't come bitching to us.
Right, exactly. Now, yeah, don't try suing us. Don't sue us now. We're just the we're just the middleman here. But yeah,
I'm surprised
test.
that they don't say for entertainment purposes only.
Well, you gotta go to YouTube for that. Um, but yeah, I mean, Peter Lynch is great. Um, and who's the other guy that I found? Peter Lynch and I don't know, another old white guy. There's a lot of them, but um, you know, it's not necessarily the most exciting stuff to listen to. Like, it's not like enthralling, captivating
Oh no, it's
speaking.
boring and
It's
dry
dry
and
as it's dry and boring, and whatever. Um, but 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 even somebody like the Maverick of Wall Street. Okay, he's he's probably got some of the best content on YouTube in the finance and stock market like arena, and and
agreed.
he makes it entertaining, at least too. Um, and he really drives the points home, and he'll have a theme, and he'll come back to that theme throughout the video, and it's just really well done. I don't know, is he a professional? Is he like a
He is. He works for a
he's
hedge fund,
okay? All right,
a small
boy.
one.
Oh
I believe
boy.
that he has worked for large hedge funds.
Right. And see,
But
I hate now that there's this association where, oh, he works for a hedge fund. Ooh. Okay, well, never mind. He works for a hedge fund. And it's like, that's not
oh,
a
he really
negative
admits it.
thing.
Yeah.
It's not a negative thing. Market makers are not a negative thing. High frequency trading, maybe an argument could be made. But at the end of the day, you can buy whatever stock you want to buy at any time. And the reason is because of these things, because there are these electronic market makers, who are ready and willing to buy or sell to you at any time, any stock, no matter what it is, pretty much. You might have to pay a little more if it's not, if it's not that popular, but you can, you don't have to worry about it, or payment for order flow. Another thing that has gotten a bad rap, and I think there are some aspects of this, like everything, that probably should be regulated, tightened up a little bit more. But at the end of the day, you're not paying a commission. You're not paying a percentage of your gains to your broker. I mean, I could say with pretty good confidence that what happened last year wouldn't have happened if you didn't have payment for order flow. It just wouldn't have. You wouldn't have a Robinhood. You wouldn't have these easy, accessible brokerages. And to me, like, that is a cool thing. That is like the fact that you can download an app, and if and not like a gambling app, but like, you can download an app, and like, if you learn some stuff, if you take the time to learn some stuff, you can put money into it, and you can like get more money out of it. That is like kind of an amazing thing. Like, if you really think about it, like, that's pretty fucking cool, Now, here's the rub though. The apes are, they damn the market. They talk about how manipulated the market is, and fuck the market, and fuck the market makers, and yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, they want the market to pay them money. So to me, this is the ultimate hypocrisy of the ape thesis, of the MOAS thesis, is like, we uncovered how manipulated, how rigged this thing is, which they really didn't, but let's just say that they did. That's what they're saying. And we need regulation. We need things need to change. But first, pay us our millions. Like, Oh, okay. That makes a lot of logical sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Like, no,
It's
if you
always
really want
lost on
fairness in the
me
markets,
how
then learn how to fucking trade. Learn how to trade
right.
and realize that you are a fucking bag holder and you don't deserve to just sit there for a whole year and say, "Wow, where's my millions? I know I'm a millionaire already. Everybody says that I am." God, ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a lack of life experience or a lack of education in basic economics that made people buy into
Yes and
this
yes, probably.
belief that just because yeah, yes and yes and other stuff too, this
Mm-hmm.
belief that just because I'm holding a bunch of stock in one company, that somehow that I need my money. And it's like, well, you had your money, but you bought stock with it. So,
Right. I mean,
you know,
so we got a new
I don't know
commenter
what you want
here.
us to do for you.
We've got JD in the YouTube chat,
Hi, JD.
and what's up,
Awesome.
JD? And let's see here. He says, Al. This is Al. Al from Boston. So he's a YouTuber, AMC YouTuber. Al went to Harvard
Yeah.
Extension School, basically certificate night school courses for adults. Stupid people think that equals Harvard. Al even says he went to the extension school. And then JD says, found you through comments in the Short Squeeze channel. Now that's interesting. Comments in the Short Squeeze. Was it a comment that I left, or was it a comment? Did somebody mention me? I'm curious, JD, if you're still watching, more about that. But so Al from Boston. I don't know. You probably haven't seen him, Lynn. I mean, I don't know if you have or not, but something
No,
tells me
I
that
haven't.
you probably haven't. Let's see if there's anything will come up on this search here. I just did a AMC search, but he has a video that purports to um, rationalize the $1 million per share thesis, and that already is okay. But
Rationalize it till the cows come home, but that doesn't mean it's
so,
right.
well, he has proof. He has quantitative proof going back through years of AMC stock data, which it's just what it is proof of is that you can find data, you can quote unquote find data to support any claim. You can cherry pick whatever you want to purportedly support any point. You really
Well, you know what
can.
they say, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah, right, exactly. Uh, I'm not finding anything
Three kinds of
recently from Alf from Boston, but I'll just have to look.
I mean, I would love for Al from Boston to be right. I think that
Yeah,
that would be
sure. Yeah, and that's the thing.
spectacular.
It's not like I've never been against anything, but it's just what I'm against is, charlatans and snake oil and, you know, retail investors being manipulated. And that's the true manipulation of this whole thing, really, is uninformed retail investors, and I say that, as a matter of fact, not as a slam, not as any type of insult, but uninformed retail traders who are susceptible to herd mentality trading, which I'm, describing the apes here, um, uh, being manipulated into increased losses and insanely wild promises of endless wealth, infinite wealth. They love the infinite squeeze, infinite money printing machines, infinite Coke, whatever it is. Um, so one day ago,
And free NFTs.
free
Free
NFTs
NFTs.
for
I grabbed mine, just in case, because that's my hedge. My hedge was
Oh,
to actually go
jeez.
collect my free NFT
Oh
that
my
Adam Aaron
God.
personally picked out for me.
Oh my
And
God.
mine was number like 53,185. So that's why I know he picked it out just for me.
Right. So I think you joked that like some intern, like he was like, just, I don't know, design something, put gold on it. They'll like that. Okay.
Yeah, make it gold and make it spin in circles, and you've got 30 minutes or
Oh
you're fired.
God. Right. Yeah.
It kind of looks like one of the M&M's characters, but but gold, but not like a nice gold. It's kind of like a bronzy gold, and it spins and it's got the theater ropes around it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're ever supposed to do with it. I guess they're going to use it to airdrop movie ticket discounts and stuff but I just wanted to see what it looked like. So
Right. I mean,
I went through the steps.
so you have to be a shareholder or you're
You
supposed,
have to have had been a shareholder between a certain time period. I can't remember what it is now. I think it just
basically the
ended
run
at
up period, probably. I'm
yeah,
sure.
yeah. And then you have to be a AMC Connect, an AMC Investor Connect subscriber, which was the way that they kind of funneled all the AMC enthusiasts and corralled them up so that they could sell them more things like
Right.
tickets and popcorn
Well,
and
right. That's Adam Aaron's
uh
whole corporate gimmick is like rewards
oh yeah,
programs,
it's
right?
just to sell it stuff. It's
He's
not to
done that
like
at every corporation he's worked at, essentially, right? He
absolutely,
was
absolutely,
he was
that's his job.
instrumental in the like Sky Miles type thing, right? When he was at the airlines, he did something with that. From what I understand, is that right? Yeah, I think so.
Cruise, I know he's with a
Cruise
cruise
lines.
line. He
Was it
was with
cruise
like
lines? Okay.
Norwegian.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
cruise lines,
like
airlines,
frequent
whatever.
frequent
But
floater miles or something. But
frequent floater. Here's a tweet from Adam Aaron from this morning, or this afternoon. I'm sorry, 1:45 p.m. Yesterday, we emailed unique codes to AMC Investor Connect members to claim our I own AMC NFTs, closing in on 100,000 of you already having redeemed. As of noon, more than 200 of these NFTs have been resold with prices as much as $223.80 so far. What a new world we live in. That's his tweet today about it. So,
well, there's my retirement right there.
yeah. Um okay. Right.
Who are they sold to? Who are they resold
I
to?
don't
I
know. I
don't.
mean, obviously FOMO participants who were not holding shares during the required period, I guess. Like they were like, damn it, I sold my shares right before the period started or right after the period ended. Oh my God, what am I going to do? Well, I guess I'll have to go out on the market and buy one of the NFTs. Fuck. Just have to buy one.
And get my free popcorn.
Right. But even that didn't that require a purchase though? Like you couldn't just walk in and get free popcorn. It wasn't it with like a valid purchase of a ticket or something like that. Like like how McDonald's is like, oh, we're going to give everybody a cheeseburger. Everybody gets a free cheeseburger on Tuesday. Well, look at the fine print. You have to be a member of their rewards program. You have to have their app, and you have to make a purchase of whatever $2 or some shit. You know, like nah.
Yeah, I don't. You could just show up at the front door and say, "I want my popcorn," and now I'm going to go to the mall
Right.
with it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, you have to
you
be
had
a
to come in and
customer
buy the.
essentially. You have to like be, essentially about to be or having been a customer in that,
Well,
visit, I
and
think. But
the reason they gave
anyway.
away popcorn is because the markup on popcorn, that's where they make their money. They don't make their money selling movie tickets, really.
Right.
They keep
Right.
like half. But the markup on popcorn, drinks, and snacks is the cost of goods is almost nothing, and the profit is just through the roof. And that's
Mhm.
how movie chains really make money is off of,
Right.
and that's why they don't want you to bring in your own water. No, you don't get to bring in your own
Right.
grapes and water no, you have to buy something from us because that's where the real money is.
So speaking
So,
of the markup,
for him,
that you just mentioned the markup. So $223 is a 12 and a half time markup of the AMC stock. So AMC stock is $18. That's $223 is 12 and a half times more expensive than one share of AMC at the current time. Just as a matter of
wow.
yeah. So today, when AMC stock was trading at $18, somebody supposedly, according to Adam Aaron, but this is also Adam 90% owned by retail Aaron. So where's the evidence? Where's the proof? I'm sorry. Just because you're a CEO doesn't make your word golden. Like, there still has to be data and evidence. So I don't know where in the fuck he's getting these numbers, especially the retail ownership, because last I saw on Fidelity, at least anyway, um, ownership. Let me pull it up here, as I don't want to misspeak. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all these breakdowns of the numbers, but essentially you've got institutional stock ownership, mutual funds, and insiders, and all of those three are by definition not retail investors, right? Institutions, mutual funds. Now, retail investors could hold, they could have bought into a mutual fund, so they could have exposure to those shares that way, but strictly speaking, it's not, they're not retail. And insiders, and that would be like Adam Aaron and AMC executives. So you have those three categories, and then the fourth one is, they call it, Fidelity calls it other, but really that is basically retail investors. So the other ownership on AMC, according to Fidelity, today, right now, is 58%. 58%. So that's just over half. Under 2/3 of ownership by, strictly by retail investors. 58% could, yes, 58% is retail. So, 42% is not retail. So that's not 90%.
Well,
That's not 70, 80% like Adam Aaron has claimed. And I'm sorry, this is a brokerage. This is a market participant. This is somebody with the data. I'm going to go with, what Fidelity says. Thank you very much. And it's not because it's Fidelity. I mean, shit, you can go over to any brokerage and look this up, and it might be a little different. But essentially, and this is all based on, let me go even deeper. It's based on the filings, the 13F filings, the other types of filings that institutions have to submit. They have to say what they own, at different intervals. That's just the way the securities laws work. So we know what they have. It's delayed. It's not like real time, but like Fidelity takes that information and displays how it breaks down. So, that's based on the data. So when Adam Aaron tweets, 90% of shares are owned by retail investors. Well, okay, well, like the filings that were submitted to the SEC say otherwise, dude. So what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, I would like to know, because
maybe he meant 90% of the 52%.
Could be. It could. Percentages are funky like that sometimes, but
it's CEO math.
Yeah, CEO math. Yeah, right. 80-20 rule. But the problem is, though, if you go over to Reddit, that figure, that's just an assumption now. That's used as a data point. Like, well, retail owns 90% of the float, so there must be naked shorts. There must be synthetic shares. Well, Adam Aaron is complicit in this conspiracy because he is providing the data that they're using, which is not really data. It's just a fucking statement that he made, So I don't know. I'm sure he's 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 got to be skirting the line of, in my opinion, of what he can and cannot say. And I mean, I guess he can say whatever he wants. He's not providing any proof of it. But like, if the what's the difference between saying that retail owns 90% of the shares and him and a CEO coming out saying our share price should be $400 a share? Like, what is the difference there? Like, they're both statements that are not backed up by any fact, but they have an effect on the retail investor community, have a real effect. So I don't know. You might be able to speak to that. Like, how can he say that legally? Or
Well, he's like the P.T. Barnum of CEOs at this point.
true, true. I mean, and
and
he's
and if Elon can do it, if Elon can get away with it, then why not throw my hat in the ring? I think that
yeah,
he's probably just going off of whatever briefing he last received from the people who are responsible for keeping him in the loop, because he can't be
right.
everywhere all the time.
Oh, sure, yeah,
So he goes on, whatever briefing information he was given. um and I think he probably knows that in the long run it doesn't really matter. It's just keeping the name out there, it's keeping the hype and
yeah,
the interest in the company going, and giving people the sense that, yeah, business is great, and we're making money, and moving up, and buying more theaters, and it's just only going to get better. His
right.
goal as a CEO is not to make anybody money, it's to make the corporation profitable. And I think a lot of the ape community got confused, and they really thought he's on our side. He's the silverback. He's rooting for, he wants us to all, be millionaires. Well, I'm sure he doesn't want everybody to be a millionaire. Why not? He knows how it feels. It probably feels good. But that's not his focus. His prime objective is to make that corporation stay afloat and be profitable,
Yeah, yeah.
whatever steps he has to take to do that. And also, I think a lot of people don't realize that this is a man who doubled his salary when the theaters were, shut down during the pandemic. And
And
I
not
wouldn't
only
be
that,
surprised if a
Lynn,
lot of the
not
executives.
only not only did he do that, he had the nerve to go on Jim Cramer's show and say that he had the nerve to go on Jim Cramer and say that he furloughed himself in 2020. He furloughed himself. Like, like he said that unironically, as if that he was proud of that. Like, yeah, I furloughed myself
That
even.
just means
Like,
he didn't go to work.
what?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
didn't
but
go to work, but he
you
still
didn't go to
got
work,
paid.
but you double. Not only did you still get paid, your fucking salary doubled. What? Like, what? I mean, that was such a
And
bizarre interview. It was so bizarre because I also
believe me,
thought in that interview that he was going to mention the broad base of retail investors who bought into the stock and provided the capital. He didn't mention retail investors at all. And that really surprised me. Like, he didn't mention them at all.
it just wasn't on his mind. It's like somebody you broke up with, a long time ago, and oh yeah, that's right, them.
Right. Yeah,
What's their
I
name
know. Yeah.
again?
But
I still have some of their
it
stuff. I don't
speaks
know.
to exactly what you're saying, because he doesn't care about that, because it's not his focus. He doesn't care where the fuck the
No, it's
money
not his
comes
job.
from. It doesn't matter. It's the bottom line. Are we profitable? Are we not profitable? What is the outlook? Yada yada yada, which you put more eloquently because you have experience in the corporate world. So that's an asset in terms of this
Well, I've
analysis.
worked I've worked for a lot of CEOs, and I do kind of know how they think, and it's very singularly focused on cutting costs and increasing profits, and
Yeah.
not, for anybody other than the corporate entity, making the board of directors happy. And I can tell you, I mean, I can't say with 100% surety, because I don't work there, I don't know, but I would bet you my rent money that uh, most of the executives took stock shares in lieu of pay during that whole furlough thing that
Mm,
apparently at least the CEO did.
right.
So yeah, they took stock in lieu of pay. I can pretty much guarantee it, although I can't prove it. But
Right,
that's
but
just typically how it
mhm.
works in that world.
And at the same
You don't
time,
go
you've closed your
furloughed unpaid.
right, and you've closed your business. Meanwhile, the hourly employees, the people who are selling the tickets, taking the tickets, selling the popcorn, all that shit, they're not getting paid. They're on unemployment. They've been left to whatever the system is providing for them. So just another
I'd like to
example of
know
this.
how many employees AMC had in, like, not executive, but actually working
Let's see if we can
in
find
the
that.
establishments, in the theaters in 2019 versus now, because I bet they haven't hired back.
Oh no, yeah, I'm
Uh,
sure they haven't.
they haven't even made a dent in it. They figured out they can streamline. If they can do it without as many people, then cool. They're going to,
Well,
because
and a
people
lot,
cost money.
you alluded to this earlier, this exact phenomenon of corporations, companies doing this, by, I mean, even if you just look at people who like retired early or even died from COVID, there's going to be an attrition of employees just, when you have something like this for whatever reason, not to mention, well, sales are, we're not open, so we can't pay you, or we're not open as much, or we're not selling as much, so we need to just, have fewer employees. Um, but yeah, I mean, even the company I work for, same exact thing. I mean, there was one guy who died, last year from COVID, and this person was in a middle management type position, pretty key role in the company, and he still hasn't been replaced, and I don't think they will replace him because they realize that they can get away without replacing him. So that's 70 grand they don't have to spend or whatever, and everything's quota here, air quotes, still working fine. It's not really, but this, I don't want to get into the bullshit drama at my work, but it's essentially the age old thing of management not being in touch with the shop floor. Management is not in touch with the day to day operations of the hourly employees, and they don't see a problem. We just need to produce more. Like our numbers are, we just need to keep our numbers up. But
Right.
anyway,
Payroll
I
went down.
digress.
That's a good thing.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I'm looking on the screen here at. Um, are you on your phone? Are you participating
I
via your
am.
phone? Okay, I can share the screen
Yes.
so you can see this. Here we go. Just momentarily see it. Okay, you should be able to see a bar chart now of
Yeah.
employees. So let's say 5 years maybe. So let's see, 2018. So this is number of employees. This is on macrotrends.com. I'm just going to have to trust that they're correct here. But 2019, 38,872 employees. 2020, 25,000, roughly, exactly 25,000. Now it doesn't have anything past that, though, does it? Guess not. So in their little analysis up here, it says yeah, AMC Entertainment Holdings total number of employees in 2020 was 25,000, a 35.6% decline from 2019. So
Mm.
that's just to 2020, and I don't really know. It says reporting it as December 31st, 2020. So I would think that it was lower than that personally. Um, Annual number of employees. Yeah, I don't know about this, if this is necessarily correct, but
Well, and now most people buy their movie tickets online, right? So you don't need the box office
true.
cashiers,
Yeah.
really. Not as many. You just scan your ticket, go in. You need people to put butter on the popcorn and sweep the
Yeah, and those
aisles in
are
between
those are
movies.
largely like high school students, part time, you know, like those aren't career positions. Like nobody's doing that. Like you know what I mean? I mean, some people may be, but like
No.
those are, like, for lack of a better term, like summer jobs type things. This is just broadly movie theaters in the U.S. employment statistics. So it's showing. Let's see, I can't read these numbers here. So like 150,000. Yeah, 2019, 150,000 total employees in movie theaters in the United States. That's all brands, not just AMC. And then in 2020, a total of 64,000. So 64,000 to
That's
150, so that's less than half. From 2019 to 2020 across the board. That would be Cinemark, Regal, National Amusements, IMAX, and AMC, and any other, I guess, smaller
yeah,
holdings.
words.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't see, because I'm job hunting, so I'm constantly looking at job boards and
Mm-hmm.
talking to recruiters, and uh, I don't see AMC or any movie theater really saying, hey, we need to hire people. Come in, come
Right.
in. We'll give you a job. You need a job. Come in. We'll give you a job. Um,
Yeah.
I think that it's another business that's realized we can do without a lot of those people that were just, payroll went down. It's like the apes say stocks go up and the corporation goes, payroll went down. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So
everybody has their own rallying point. Interesting. That's quite a significant
it is.
job loss. And I mean, no, they're not really high paying jobs, but
Mm-hmm.
I know quite a few people who have happily taken jobs that are below
Yeah.
the pay grade that they were used to pre-pandemic, when everything got turned upside down.
So here's a part-time job with AMC crew. It just says the job title is crew. Um, in my area, posted over 1 month ago. Um, qualifications provided by associate: black pants, black shoes, socks, black belt. So they want you to wear black pants. So you have to, yeah, that's a requirement. Like, that's a qualification. You have to have black shoes. Standing, walking, lifting. All associates may be considered for cross training. 21 more items in here. So it's just all the typical stuff, like, you know, uh, work with supervisors and answer guest questions and frequently monitor auditoriums for picture and sound quality and control access to the theater. And it looks like they just have one kind of job, like, you know, crew, and then they'll put you wherever they need you, kind of thing.
Yeah, you're going to do whatever,
And then if you
whatever,
go in and say,
everything. You're
"Oh,
going to do it
well,
all.
I've been a cashier before, or I've worked at a restaurant," well, okay, you're going back, you're going to the snack bar, kind of like, I would imagine. Um, so, but it doesn't say anything about compensation on here. I knew it wouldn't, but crew leader,
I'm sure it's minimum. It's whatever they can, the least they can get
yeah,
away with. I'm just
yeah,
really surprised that, if business is really picking up, and Spider-Man movies packing the place, and things are going good and business is up and here's your
hmm
free NFT, that they would also be saying, okay, let's like put as many jobs out there as we can at a reasonable pay rate, and to do our part to give back to
right,
the people who
yeah.
held our stock. Well, I was on furlough. Adam, I don't have anything against him. He's just a CEO, and I know how he
He's a
thinks. He just
CEO,
doesn't
right?
care
He's a CEO.
if there's a MOAS or a squeeze or whatever, as long as the company doesn't have to file for bankruptcy, then, and the board of directors doesn't kick him out, then he's going to
Yeah,
do what he does. He's not going to bend over backwards to make and he can't legally. He
yeah,
can't do that. He would go to
I,
prison for, you know, he
and
would
I
go to
and that's why
prison.
I say, like,
Um,
this 90% of the float stuff, like, you know, it must not be, it must be kosher, like you said. You compared it to Elon Musk's transgressions on Twitter. So whatever. But
Whatever
like
happened to him? Nothing.
nothing, right?
Nothing but
And
ends.
I think
Yeah,
was it Manuel? Oh, no, Sergeant Baloney earlier said Elon Musk is the manipulator. Um, but I mean,
I would agree.
you know, yeah, sure, absolutely. But by that same token, then Adam Aaron is the manipulator. You know, he kind of
Well,
is.
he's manipulating through hype and
Yes,
through
yes. It's so
presence
it's an
and through
indirect, like yes, it's an indirect type of thing
I'm your buddy.
because, but he
Yeah.
knows how that shit is going to be received though. Like he knows. I would think that he would know. Like okay, it's not. I'm not. This is going to be acted upon a certain way by investors who have a certain belief or whatever. My cat just jumped right up on
Yeah,
my.
everybody sold their NFTs. That's how it was acted upon.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's true because what do we know about, this is just like market fundamentals 101. What does selling do to the price of something? You know, Generally speaking, um, we don't know how much demand there was for it. We don't know how many, and these are like shortcomings of the data. We don't know how many people wanted to buy them and how many were actually sold. And was it bid up to that price or, how did that come about? But, you know, the apes should know, like, selling makes this, selling tends to exert negative downward pressure on a price like that. So I don't know. What are they selling for now? I doubt they're selling for 220 whatever dollars. I would kind of doubt
Are
it,
you telling
but
me I missed the boat?
I
I
think you
missed I
might
missed the
have. I think you
I
might
missed the
have.
bull run?
But I'll just go to the NFT market, whatever that is, however you buy those things, and I'll just I'll spoof an order for like 10,000 of them, and that'll drive the price up. And then you can sell
You
yours,
you would
and then you can sell yours to somebody else, and then I'll pull that order before it gets filled, and we'll be good. We'll just do some
we'll split the
manipulation.
profit.
Yeah, hey, Citadel does it every day, man. Why can't we? But AMC crew hourly pay $10 per hour, typical. It says here on Glassdoor the range can range from $8 to $16 an hour, and of course that depends on where you are. $10 an hour
Right.
in Cleveland, Ohio versus $10 an hour in Los Angeles, California. Big difference. Big difference. So that's two gallons of gas in LA, $10 an hour. It's two gallons of gas per hour. Out here, it's closer to four, 3 to 4. So just to put it in real terms, but like, um, so yeah, you're pretty much, I think, right with that. Like it's minimal.
What, what's a large popcorn at a movie theater now? Like 12
Oh, good
bucks? More than
question.
that?
Good question.
I'm just trying to figure out how many like free popcorn coupons you'd have to be airdropped to balance out the $250 that you could have made selling your AMC NFT.
AMC
And that's the
concession
only reason I can
prices.
think that somebody would want to buy one is to get
Ah,
airdropped discount popcorn and early
right.
release movie tickets, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to find that here now.
And they are
I've
accepting crypto too. AMC is now.
they are accepting crypto, but I just I'll give my typical little spiel about that. They're not actually directly accepting crypto. They use a payment processing service called BitPay, and I can thank Apish Bambino for pointing this out. So a lot of the apes hype about that was, oh, look how smart this company is. They are going to be accepting payments in crypto. That means that they're going to amass a large holding of crypto. Well, no, because just like with credit cards, they don't. Yes, they accept the credit card physically, right? They scan it through the machine, but there's a third-party company that processes the payments and throws the money into AMC's account, and it's the same thing with crypto. So When you pay with crypto, you're actually paying BitPay, and then BitPay turns around and converts that into US dollars and sends the US dollars to AMC's account. So so
After taking a
yes,
cut.
they do, right, of course. So yes, they do accept crypto, but there's an asterisk there. They accept it through a third party, and they actually, they're not being paid in crypto. At the end of the day, they're not holding crypto. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Like, especially with, what crypto has done over the last 3 months, makes no sense. I don't know about these prices
Well,
here.
thank you
Five
for explaining
forty-five
that.
for
Thank
a
you for
hot
explaining that.
dog, $4 for a hot dog at the movies. It's got to be more than that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, let's see, Dasani water, $3.95. No, that seems more in line with what I would expect. Like, um, large drink, $5.45 from a fountain drink. I mean that. What do you suppose a profit margin is on that large drink, that large fountain drink? $5.40, so $5.50, even just $5. I
I
mean,
would
shit.
say
God.
their cost, probably including the cup, the straw, the ice, the labor to pour it, the labor to empty the trash bag when the customer's finished with it and throws it away,
All associated
and
labor.
the
Yeah.
actual soda, probably 70 cents ish, because they buy in
Wow.
such large quantity.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah.
um,
They're not only buying
I mean,
at
minimum
that
on
store.
cost of goods is usually 70%. So I would imagine their markup is probably double that. It's probably 150% markup at least.
Oh yeah. I
I
mean, I'm
can't
thinking
imagine
like
it costing
several
more than
hundred
a buck.
percent, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's where they make their money. So, yeah, you'd have to be airdropped a lot of free sodas and stuff to make up for,
Now,
to
yeah,
buy
right.
a $250 NFT.
Now I will point out that this
I'm
is.
just trying to figure out why anybody would want to buy one for that, for any money.
I don't know.
Um,
I just want to point out that this was, I'm looking at Cinemark prices here. This was for Cinemark
oh, okay.
concessions, but we can easily just pop over to AMC and see how it compares. And I'm not sure that who knows if this is correct, but let me just run over to the nearest AMC and find out. Uh, all right, large popcorn, $8.89. This is AMC. Popcorn bucket, $21.99. What's a popcorn bucket? Like,
What?
is
A
that like a
bucket is
five
like a big
gallon
bucket.
bucket? There's no way. Popcorn bucket refill,
It's a
$4.89.
what?
Hmm. Chicken tenders, $12.99. Okay, now this sounds more like what I'm thinking. Loaded all beef. Okay, all beef hot dog, $5.99. Let's see. Beverages, large soft drink, $6.39. So that's higher than Cinemark. That's higher than Cinemark was by, ooh, good 80 cents. Um, Large icy,
Chicken tenders?
6.59. Yeah, they have chicken tenders, and didn't you know they have the Impossible uh, chicken nuggets, the plant-based chicken nuggets. That was a whole big thing.
What?
Adam Aaron tweeted about a
I
few
do
weeks
not
back.
want to be in a movie theater and having some person behind me chomping on chicken nuggets through the whole movie.
Well, yeah, and those little greasy fingers are going to be all over those seats too. Imagine that. Oh God, kids with their greasy fingers all over everything, and I'm sure that they clean those. They do a great job of cleaning that. I saw on Twitter, Reddit, somebody posted a picture of like the theater after everybody left, and like all of the trash that was like left in the theater and on the ground and whatever. Like, it's not, yeah, be considerate, throw away your shit, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, somebody's going to clean it up. That's what their job is to do. And is it inconsiderate? Yeah, sure. But this post was like, the tone of this post was like so weird. It was like, guys, like, this is why we haven't squoze yet, because people won't clean up after themselves and they have to pay them to do it. It's like, what the fuck? Like, where? What? Oh my God. Like, so now it's because people didn't throw away their soft drink cups and popcorn
That's
buckets.
as good a
Are you
reason as
kidding me?
any.
I mean, God. Like that's the level of delusion that's on Reddit. But anyway,
Oh, who knows? Maybe that was Adam Aaron posting on Reddit. You never
it
know.
could have been. It could have been.
I need to
Um,
lower payroll. I got to get rid of some janitors. Just throw your own stuff away, and then we'll get the MOAS. I'm just being
a,
silly.
AMC is now trading below fundamental value. Unreal. Funds should be loading the boat at these prices. Just the future growth potential alone for
Why?
funds that hold for years will see a great return. I mean,
Oh,
like,
nobody
if
has
you want
years.
to see the definition of, I mean, Dr. Grande really should do a video on this whole thing once it's whatever happens. I would really love to see that from the perspective of someone with mental health training, because there is so much, and I can't think of the word, but you know,
Mass delusion.
mass delusion and continual justification, gaslighting, um, of that's going on here. It really is like a fantastic case study. And I know I'm jumping all over the place here, but I recently looked on. I like to look on Google Scholar search to see, like, all right, what are the scholarly articles, academic writing, that's related to a topic. And actually, there's some really interesting academic research that is starting to come out of this, believe it or not, which makes total sense. But uh, a lot of this stuff was written last year. Some of it's been published in peer-reviewed things. Some of it's preprints or draft. But you know, there's a lot of people are getting master's degrees in finance and business administration by writing about their thesis or dissertation on the meme stock phenomenon, which I think is really interesting and makes me a little jealous. Like, damn, I could have done this. I could have gotten an MBA on this shit. But anyway, like, social disruptions in securities markets. What regulatory response do we need? Um, Impact of internet forum trends and retail investors' online discussion on stock price, analyzing Wall Street bets users'
Boom,
activities. Um,
boom, boom. That's huge
Self-induced.
because
This title though, self-induced emergence of consensus in social networks, Reddit, and the GameStop short squeeze. Now that sounds like a Dr. Grande type of thing. Self-induced emergence of consensus. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, because it's coming out of it is just kind of arising out of this of itself somehow, um, like like a snowball effect. Like, the more, oh yeah, the more people that see it, more people will post something that supports it. That gets rolled into it, and then before you know it, you have a self reinforcing mechanism like this. So these are all just like shit that I found just doing like 2 or 3 Google Scholar searches, about, like, I searched for AMC stock or short squeeze or Wall Street bets, stuff like that. But it's very interesting. It's an interesting social phenomenon as well as financial, in the finance space. But
yes, and it's why do influencers influence us?
mm-hmm,
Why
yeah,
is having influencers even a thing or necessary or credible? Um, it's just
yeah,
like the rise of the influencer to me is kind of dangerous because some of them
yep,
become very kind of cultish. The people who follow them become very committed to that belief system or to whatever they say being a solid truth. And
mm-hmm,
there's no like, well, wait, let me see if I can catch them, let me fact check them, let me just validate and vet them. It's just, oh, there's just this wave of following, and boom, you have to still be discerning and analytical and not take anything as gospel just because you heard it from someone else. You have to follow it
right.
up with some
It really
some
reminds
research
me
and go,
of
oh,
a lot of the stuff that you probably know. uh, more about, because you were alive in these decades, but like stuff like the Hare Krishnas or the Charles
Oh yeah,
Manson type cults. Um,
the
you know,
movies,
yeah, like stuff like that, and also because you're in California, and
Heaven's
for
Gate.
some reason, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, well that yeah, I don't Heaven's Gate, yeah, Jonestown. These are extreme. Waco, Texas, the Branch Davidians. These are extreme manifestations of that, but there's definitely some overlap in terms of
Well,
the
they're like physical
pathologies that are
manifestations.
involved.
The
Like
Yeah, yeah, it is. These are like online manifestations
right, which is
of it.
really is
So it's
an interesting thing because there have been other things, other early internet kind of versions of something similar to that, like what is that thing, the Slender Man, you know what I'm talking about,
Slender Man. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I do.
or even just in general, like online bullying, that has led to
Yeah, I was just gonna say
teen
bullying for
suicides.
sure.
They're talking about now with Instagram and YouTube and these things that reinforce these negative images and whatnot,
Oh yeah,
self-image.
yeah. And the companies are saying we knew that it was damaging, but this is
Hmm.
free speech, right? We want to give people free speech.
Right.
That's not what free
No,
speech is, but
of course not.
that's a whole nother
Right.
episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is dangerous, when you explicitly buy on to any one person just because it makes you feel a certain way, it makes you feel good, or it makes you feel
Yeah.
hopeful, or
Part of a community. It makes you feel part of it, like part of a community. Like you are among people who understand and think the way that you do. And I mean,
yes, my tribe, right?
I went through this cult. I went through a book once on, I think on the old channel, that was basically, it was a book. It's the definitive book on cult deprogramming. So how to say, basically how to deal with someone who is in a cult. And it goes through all, understanding, okay, what is a cult? What are the characteristics? Because there are general characteristics that all cults, like pretty much have like 12 out of 15 of these characteristics or whatever, just like anything else. Um, what are the, what are the traits of someone who is susceptible to joining a cult or being influenced by a cult, and how do you deal with that? And the short answer is basically not by telling them how stupid they are for being in this cult. Like that doesn't work, and it requires some degree of empathy, understanding why they why what their situation was when they were indoctrinated in this, and also trying to get them to remember you know before they were indoctrinated in their own life, because undeniably it's not a happy, joyful. I mean, at some point it becomes all consuming and a negative force, um, alienating everyone else, and ultimately, sometimes, you know, drastic, tragic results, of course. But yeah, there's a lot of that, and the thing that I'm thinking of when you're talking about this is like, well, there was a there was a manifestation of some type of similar thing last year on January 6th. There was
Yes.
a large group of people who had common, what they felt were common grievances with this system, and it spilled over from being online, it spilled over into real world, and people ended up dying as a result. So I know we've talked about that before here, that there is a very real possibility that something like that could happen. I highlighted some tweets before, from a guy who was basically calling for violence. He was basically calling for apes to arm themselves and march on Wall Street. And that was months ago.
Well,
But
think back to like all the Ken Griffith memes, and
yeah,
it's just like some of the memes are just really vile and just like just nobody should be disrespected like that for just because of
of course not.
the
No, I mean,
business that they're in.
right, and in the reality of it is, this person that you are vilifying is someone who has, arguably single-handedly created, changed the market in a way that even allowed you to participate in it this way to this point. And that's like the ultimate
Right.
sign of just lack of understanding, lack of respect, entitlement, you know, just mean spirited nonsense, ignorance, and I'm not like,
Well, and it becomes an us versus them thing. It becomes very combative and warlike, and then people start getting whipped into a frenzy, and they're not
and
thinking clearly.
and that's
And the
right
next
there.
thing you know,
You
they're
just named three of
making
those
bad
cult
decisions.
characteristics, those classic cult characteristics, the us versus them, you know, the frenzied hype, like foaming at the mouth, you know, they'll do
Don't question the
anything
leader.
for it. Yeah, don't question the
Yeah.
leader. This alternative set of facts, this alternative reality emerges, and we've been hearing that phrase for the last few years, alternative facts. But um, you know, and this is a really crazy one, that there's always some type of event that is going to happen, like the end of the world, right? Like for the cults, the religious cults, the end of the world, or the government is going to come and take our guns, or whatever the cataclysmic event is, or the MOAS. And inevitably, when the leader makes a prediction, or the consensus comes up with some, prediction of when this is going to happen, and that day comes and goes, and after that, some people become skeptical and may actually, start questioning it and leave. Other people, they'll find any justification for why it didn't happen, and pretty soon a new consensus will form as far as, okay, well, when is the date? And new people are coming into this thing all the time, and they don't even know that you predicted it was supposed to happen 2 months ago. They weren't in it then, so they didn't know it. So now they believe in the new date, and it's this constant, just, revolving door of fools, ultimately, who unfortunately, you know suspend their critical thinking long enough to be influenced by it. And you know, and then on the other side of this whole thing is, well, they're being taken to the cleaners. How much money have they lost collectively? I mean, how much money has been lost by retail investors collectively in this? And I'm not talking unrealized gains. I'm talking actual losses, like, that they're going to have to at some point settle up on. It's really, it's kind of mind blowing in a way, like, that this has happened. And you mentioned free speech. You know, we're everything's dominated by corporations. We're using a corporation service right now. We're using several corporation services right now, and they all have terms of service that allow us to do this. But they don't have to. They very well could not, and that would be okay. That our laws permit that. So I'm not saying I think there's going to be a crackdown, or even that there should be a crackdown, but as long as they can make money off of it, you know, this shit'll keep happening. I'm sure, because
Well, absolutely. You think YouTube is in business to, give us all a platform to speak our mind? No, they're in
right,
the business to generate ad revenue, and influencers are in the business to get some of that ad revenue and get some super chat money and sell some merch.
Right. And also,
So
they're not in the business of providing, you know, curated educational, factual information. Like, nobody's going to
no,
fact
they just
check
want
it.
you to stay excited and keep coming back because every
Right.
time that you come back, you might super chat them $10 or they'll get some extra ad
Well,
revenue or they'll get another subscriber or
yeah.
you'll buy a t-shirt or a coffee mug or you'll tell a friend, who will tell a friend and their numbers will go up and the algorithm will pick it up. And so it really doesn't matter if they're telling you anything that's factual or if they're just, like making up stories. It doesn't really
100%.
matter because they're
Yep.
they're getting money. They're getting paid off of you losing money. And if you
Right.
make money, that's cool. You might give them some of it, but that's ultimately it's a business model. It's not,
Right.
they're not here to do anybody a favor or be your friend or help you find a secret way to get rich quick overnight. They're there to make ad revenue, sell merch, get super chats, get subscribers, boom, expand their influence in the social media sphere, and
Right.
thereby yet make more money. And if you go bankrupt, whatever, if you make money, great. If you don't make money, that's okay too,
That's
because
the, yeah.
they already made
They
theirs.
already made their money. Right. And
And everybody
you're
wants to
talking about
influencer. They're
the,
not influencers. They're
right. You're talking about the
profiteers, is what they are.
influencers, but
Yes,
all those same things could be said about YouTube itself. You know,
absolutely.
they're not, they are not, they're not an educational institution. They're not whatever. They're not this or that. You know, they're just taking a cut of all those other, all the people, who are all the Trey Collins and Matt Kors and whatnot. And I,
Yeah, who are getting like the ads for Weeble and the ads for,
yep,
life coaching and the ads for whatever other annoying, obnoxious ads pop up that you
right,
have to watch unless you pay the premium to be ad free. So it's like about the money either way. Either you pay to
right.
not watch the ads or you watch
And
the ads and then somebody makes some money off those ads, but it's not you.
there is another way. There is a third option. I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't want to, make. I don't want to put any. I don't want to put my channel at risk. But
No, no, no.
let's just say there are ways. There are alternatives as well. And those are the kind of things like who like how you find out like who sells a good weed around town and you move into a new town. Like it's not
It's like
something
the
you're going to talk
back
about in
alley of
public.
YouTube.
But Al from Boston. No, but like that's all I'm going to say because I don't want to go any further. I'm going to highlight a couple Reddit threads here that I saw. So this one is, well, I'm sold, and they're not talking about they're not saying that they sold their AMC shares though, so don't have a heart attack. Well, I'm sold. Gary Gensler is not for retail, just bending over for his overlords when he is told to. Because Gary Gensler tweeted, looking forward to joining Jim Cramer on Mad Money on CNBC this evening. Tune in. As if this means that well, first of all, if you didn't realize who Gary Gensler was, all you have to do is read his background, realize that he was a vice president at Goldman Sachs. He's an institutional investor. He is part of the system. So there's not, really anything new here, except that like people are getting their information by making assumptions from tweets. But in reality, I read about Gary Gensler's background before he was even put in his position, because when he was being suggested, like, oh, who's this guy? Oh, he was at the CFTC. He has a background, on Wall Street. He's a Wall Street insider. He taught at MIT. Like he's why would okay, he's not for retail. All right, just bending over for his overlords when he's told to. So somebody is saying, Gary, you got to go on Mad Money tonight. Like I I don't know. It's like you get in the trap of listening to the mainstream media. This is where you end up. This is where you end up. You end up thinking that this shit matters, thinking that there is some hidden message from Gary Gensler being on CNBC, or that it's indicative of, something other than like CNBC is a for-profit corporation. Again, this is a central theme here, I feel like, of this discussion. Like, corporations dominate everything, and you can either realize that and try to get your mind right around that, or you can buy into all of the nonsense that they are spinning all the time. Whether it's YouTube, Jim Cramer, or whoever, AMC. It doesn't matter. Like, this is irrelevant. That's all I'm saying. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Who
Well,
cares?
believe me, Gary Gensler's not going to be talking about AMC on Mad
Of
Money.
course not. No, of course, and we'll see the thread later on. Like, oh, he didn't mention AMC. He's a shill. Like, okay, like that's not really how it works, but okay.
Could be a shill for not talking
Right,
as well as
exactly.
talking.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's protecting the institutions because he didn't say anything about it because he knows that if he said something about it, the price would explode tomorrow. Well, I mean, true. That's why he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. That's why Adam Aaron doesn't do that shit too. I mean, and I don't know if you remember, but over the summer, Adam Aaron tweeted like, we a lot of people, his typical, like, he like sounds like a robot, like the way he writes, it's so bad. But he's like, some have said that AMC has been the target of naked short selling. To date, we have seen no evidence of naked short selling or so-called synthetic shares. And it's like, so here's your CEO coming straight out and point blank saying, no, all that shit, it's conspiratorial. That's nonsense. It's not true. Like, we know how many shares there are. Fuck off. And somehow that, like, gets reinterpreted as, oh, he mentioned it. Like, he mentioned synthetic shares. So what he's actually saying is the opposite of what he's saying. It's like, no, but when he says you own 90% of the float, you'll just take him at his word for it. Okay, that makes a lot of fucking sense. Like, I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck what Adam Aaron says. It makes no difference to me, and I'm not going to take any of it as gospel. You know, like you said, without having any evidence. So, what the hell? It's just more corporate propaganda.
Well, it is, and it's their job is to keep the brand name in front
Yep.
of your face so that you
Yeah.
think about it and want to spend money on it.
Yep.
Ultimately,
Yep.
I just wonder now if people think that CNBC pays the SEC's payroll or something. I'm trying to figure out
I'm
how
sure
they
that
could
they
be a corporate
do. I'm sure
overlord.
that they do think that. I'm sure that they do. And I'm not going to sit here and claim to know all of the interconnections between the mainstream media and Wall Street. I'm not going to do that because I don't. But, you know, I just assume that that's why that's I guess that's why I say, when I say something like, you can listen to the mainstream media and like take it at, like, think that they're like looking out for you, or you can realize and it's a contrarian view, and which is essentially what everything that I do is based on: doubting everything, trying to look at any possible alternative other than what face value is saying, because newsflash, in the world, not everything is as it seems, like. And of course, that also provides justification for why the apes second guess everything that comes out. But I mean, but what I'm saying is looking for the evidence. So, I mean, yeah, the mainstream media says all kinds of shit. All kinds of people go on the mainstream media. I don't care. Most of it's nonsense. Most of it's nonsense. It might technically be factually correct, but they put their spin on it, and it's said with a purpose, like exactly like you said, Lynn, ultimately to induce people to buy something. Like, be good little consumers, you know. and I'm sure Gary Gensler is going to go. It seems like he would be going on the Mad Money tonight today, and it might have already happened. I don't know. I didn't actually see what time it said. Doesn't say. Okay, it just says this evening. But I mean, what happened today? We had more of this down, market crash, volatility, whatever. He's probably going to go on there and say, well, blah blah blah. But go buy some. He's not going to say that explicitly. But why in the fuck would the SEC chair go on a mainstream media financial program on the day when the S&P, what was it? We had essentially a crash. Like, that's interesting timing,
Ouch.
Gary.
And it could just be interesting timing.
It
This
could
have been
just be interesting
scheduled,
timing. They could have had this
months ago.
planned for months, absolutely. But at just a few weeks ago, no, last week, on the 12th, the S&P was at 473, 472. Let's call it 473. Currently sitting at 450. So down a whole $22, in 5 days' time. I don't know. It's interesting, but at the end of the day, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. So here's the next one. Nothing to see here. GameStop and AMC. Oh, enforcement. Maybe, yeah, maybe he is, but I guess the overarching thing I'm trying to express is I think he's going to try to instill confidence in the system, in the market. He doesn't want people to pull out to accelerate the crash or whatever. That's ultimately what I think. Like, whether it's through whatever, confidence, enforcement. Oh yeah, we're going after these bad players, whatever. I submit that I think that it's related to that, but I mean I don't know. Maybe we could look it up and see like if he actually did it already. But here's another one. This is a time-honored classic with the apes. Nothing to see here. We see GameStop and AMC little line charts here that look very similar in pattern. So okay, apes. Here you go, apes. Check this out, apes. You're gonna fucking shit your pants, apes. Look at this shit. How in the fuck does this shit happen? Oh my god. This is some bullshit right here. Look at this, apes. Holy shit. Let me turn off these other lines. Holy shit, apes. What and wow, apes. Get ready. You're about to fucking shit your pants. Look at these two fucking lines. Look at these lines. Look at the candles. Look at this fucking orange line. Oh my fucking god. They're moving the same fucking way. Holy shit. How in this must be manipulation. Holy shit. The candles are the S&P 500 and the orange line is Apple. Oh my fucking god. And we can do one better too. Oh, look at this. I'm going to even add one more. Holy shit. Get ready. Oh my god. There's a oh, that's a bad color. That is a bad color to have. Here you go. No, that's another bad. Fuck. Where's the good colors? Where's the good colors at in this bitch? Okay. All right. Oh my god. Oh shit. And let me just turn off the candles, like for just. Oh, look at those two lines. What's that? This is a daily chart. Is that just from today? No, this is a daily chart. So like 1 year, 1 year's time. This is 1 year chart, daily chart. This now we're looking at Apple and Tesla. We're looking at Apple and Tesla there. Oh, what else we got? I don't even know. Let's throw GameStop on there. Let's see what she looks like there. If TradingView will let me do it.
Ooh.
Oh, I got to change that color. Change that color for sure. We'll go with white. GameStop, pure white, like a dove. The one true play. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but a lot of the basic impulse directions are there. Of course, that's a meme stock, but point being that stocks move together. Like, I mean, in terms of the index, well, Apple is a part of the index, like a big part of it. So as Apple goes, so goes the market. And um, it's kind of the same concept with a lot of stocks. I mean, a lot of stocks move together. It's not, that doesn't mean anything in and of itself. What it does mean is that the apes have no experience investing and trading. So they see this and they're like, holy shit, these things are moving together. They're the only two things, they must be the only two things that are moving together. And it must be, you know, nefarious in or origination or for the reason it's happening. But in reality, I mean, a lot of the same people own a lot of the same stocks. And I want to just look at today, though. It's a good actual. I'm glad you kind of said that. Is that today? So here's today with the market and candles and the Apple and Tesla with the lines. So you can see it even on a micro level that they're following the same thing. But let's go ahead and add AMC onto this one. I'm going to put it in like bright pink or something. Stands out. So it's going to be up in yellow again. It's going to look all fucked up here. But fat line, like a big fat Coke line. There it is. So, there are the three stocks: Apple, Tesla, and AMC, moving basically the same today. And we can widen that out a little bit to
that's just scary looking.
It is scary looking. But I mean, I'm just zoomed out here. Now I'm on 15-minute candles. But I mean, again, you see the same. This extended hour shit off there. That's fucking everything up. There we go. So, I mean, that's a little better, I guess. But like, I don't know how little you actually have had to have ever looked at charts and stocks to not be able to see something like this. It's pretty, it's pretty mind blowing actually. Like that this, this is the first thing that comes to mind. Nothing to see here is, oh yeah, they're manipulated, they're moving together. Well, I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. Like, especially because here's another news flash for the apes. Institutions control the market. Retail investors do not control the market. Maybe there are times when retail ownership, like with AMC and GameStop or whatever, is at a point where it is. But generally speaking, no, that's not how it works. Retail doesn't have the capital. So by that same token, the institutions that hold Apple are, a lot of the same institutions that hold Tesla, that hold Microsoft, that hold Ford. I mean, we could add those on here and probably see a lot of the same fucking movement. So it just speaks to the, again, I guess just the lack of fundamental, attention to any type of finer details or, concepts. It's just that I'm already a millionaire. Pay me my money, Ken Griffin, you little bitch. But yeah, it's the same. It's the same line, essentially. Ford is now this line. But I mean, the top line. But it of course it's not exactly the same. But when one goes when one goes down, they all ultimately go down. When one goes up on a day, they all go up on that day. Like right here, this is a perfect example. Different levels, but they all end up going the same way. Is it like that every day? No, but more often than not, it is, and that's how the market works. So, I've probably talked about that before, but
my best guess was that AMC stock would hover somewhere around 20, and it would just kind of settle there, 20 a share.
Yeah, yeah.
So that it's below that is kind of, I'm a little surprised, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
just based on the valuation of the company. Mm.
yeah, and I'll say this too. It's hard to know what's really going on with it because I do believe that at least up until maybe this year or when it started getting into the 20s, under 30, that most retail holders were holding on to it, that they weren't selling it, and that was holding the value up artificially, which makes sense um, because that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying they're doing. We know that there are diehards who are going to hold it until it literally goes to zero, if it goes to zero. So I think that's a big part of what's there still, which that is, to me, is the scary thing. Like, if you have all these people on Reddit who own supposedly thousands of shares apiece, who say they're going to continue to hold until the stock reaches a penny, and this is what's happening right now, and you still have all those people holding, like all of that artificial, you know, flotation of it. Not That's a bad word to use. That was a bad phrasing. That sounds like I'm saying synthetic shares. It's not what I meant. But all of that artificial, value that's being held in there by these short squeeze hodlers, you know, what happens when that goes? What if it were theoretically to go away? Well, yeah, you are down in the single digits then. But what I'm saying is, it's hard to really know what's going on because the institutional data is out of date. We don't have it. It's not, we don't have it. We have what was reported in fucking, the last quarter or whatever, but that's not giving a clear picture of now. So it's hard to know why, for example. And then you look at something like Ortex, which I want to look at actually, because it wouldn't be an AMC video if I didn't look for an Ortex update. But you see the short interest data, all that stuff, and it looks like it hasn't gone up that much. The short interest has not spiked necessarily. But yeah, so this, of course, this is 8 hours ago, but I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, I guess I could imagine. No, I shouldn't say that. Let me just try to find something more up to date, but possibly, the short interest went up, but God, what is this here? Ortex AMC stock is about to take off. Somebody put it, this is a video 5 hours ago. Okay, right?
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, this is an Ortex update from 8 hours ago. Short interest change plus 45%. So this was at noon. Okay, at noon. So negligible change, not really anything to speak of. But the one thing that I think everybody kind of forgot about is the ETFs. So, all these ETFs that, like IWM and stuff like that contain AMC, those things are being shorted, like, to a very high degree. So I'll just look here at the short volume today and see what the percentage is. But like 70, whoa, okay. This is IWM. AMC is a large constituent of IWM. I forget exactly how much, but 70% of the volume on this ETF, this index, was short volume. So that's a lot, and why is that? Well, we're in this crash, so why wouldn't you want to fucking short it and profit from that crash? So makes sense, but that drags everything down with it that is in that, collection of stocks, because selling pressure, you're selling at the bid price, so that's the lower price, so that has the effect of pushing it down. market dynamics. But so point is just that most of the volume on that ETF was short. I want to look at AMC on here real quick and see how it compares in terms of the short volume. But I guess my larger point there is just that you can look at the short interest of AMC all you want, and we can see the short volume of AMC was 58% today. So 58% of the volume that was reported was short sale volume today. You can look at this individually all you want and say, okay, it's only 58%, and this says that the short interest, only changed 45%. But that does not include the ETFs that are being shorted to fuck right now as well. So that has an effect. Nobody talks about that. It's just Ortex on AMC, short interest on AMC, which is like one fraction of the actual full picture, that's relevant to why the stock would be going down. That's all I'm trying to get at here, is that there's more to it than just AMC's specific short interest, and is it going up or down? I think Ortex, the more I think about it, and I know that we've talked about this on here, the more I think about it, it makes a fucking hell of a lot of sense for Ortex to have people hooked on there's gonna be a short squeeze. That makes a lot of sense. They're making a killing off of their product, and we know that they are inside their institutional. They are connected. They are literally connected to the data. They are providing the data that everybody is using for this. I think Ortex is in on this whole fucking thing. I think Ortex is in on it, and I think that probably some of these YouTubers. We know that they have promotional codes. They have promo codes. They get a kickback from Ortex. So I think Ortex is stringing the apes along too, along with the AMC YouTubers. I mean, it makes sense to me at least, but I'm a skeptical motherfucker. I am a skeptical motherfucker.
I think that that's an accurate, assessment. And then you throw in Reddit, which
God,
I don't even go to Reddit.
You are a better person.
I just can't.
For it. You are a better person for that. Yeah.
I got to draw the line somewhere.
Yep.
It's still fueling that, and human nature is to be swayed by the things that we hear and see around us, even though that little voice in our head might tell us, oh no, you know what? No, I mean, no, that's just not realistic.
Yeah.
We all want to hope. We all want that win. We all want that dopamine hit that it brings. Stock goes up, brain gets dopamine. It's just like with gaming or gambling or
Yep.
smoking or anything else, that
sex, whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Rush.
Yes. Yep. You are correct.
So I think that but I wouldn't be surprised if Ortex is they put out like minimal information for free, right? And then if you want to know more, you have to subscribe.
But basically, like you can go to Twitter, and I just search for AMC Ortex, and people post screenshots, and like all these guys over on YouTube, they all show it. So you don't need to purchase it, but their data is relied on heavily, and all of the influencers have it, so that's influential, literally by Jesus Christ. Short the VIX put out a video. AMC stock. This is how we start the squeeze. Coordinating buying to $21? Question mark. So they are literally now using the phrasing, the verbiage of coordinating buying. I mean, does this kid not fucking understand? Like, I don't think he does. I don't think he understands much of anything in terms of the market. And by that extension, I just have to mention that Review Dork gave a massive shout out to Short the VIX the other day, and it made me almost shit my pants. Like, how cringe this shit is. Like, like Review Dork really respects Short the Vix's insight in all of this stuff, and he's hardworking, and his like it's just nonsense. It's such nonsensical bullshit. Oh my god. I like it's hard for me to even make videos about these guys anymore because it's just so absurd. Like I can hardly take it seriously long enough. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just bitching now, ranting. But coordinating buying. Let's coordinate our buying, guys. That's not illegal or anything. It's not illegal. We can do it. The hedge funds do it. Why can't we? That's what they say. But coordinating buying. Jesus. So, all right.
Oh, did you okay, this is from January 12th, 2022, and it's from Hollywood Reporter, so take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
But it says AMC Theaters CEO unloads another 7 million in shares. Says he's done selling for now. I'm in.
Hmm.
And it says that he's sold more than 40 million in stock since November.
Oh, that's all. Yeah, I just googled that. That's all over the place. That's an all like here it is on the New York Post, Barron's, Hollywood Reporter, Fox Business. Let's use Fox Business. The apes like Fox Business. They're fans of Fox now, so they would trust this. AMC CEO done selling shares after offloading $7 million in stock. So that was okay. Published January 13th.
I mean, he still has 2 million shares, so, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that upset the retail
I mean,
community.
it should have if they were being consistent in their values. I would think yeah, but I don't know if it did. I didn't see it mentioned. I did not see it mentioned personally. The 13th, 13th, was that Tuesday? Was that the
Oh,
correct day? What day
and
are you?
I
Okay,
guess Aaron said he intends to use the cash to lower the company's debt load, which is unusual.
oh, okay.
Most CEOs don't put their own money into the company like
Yeah,
that,
here's a tweet from
That's
January 12th, back in August from Adam Aaron. Back in August, I said that at age 67, I'd sell some AMC shares toward year end. All trading decisions out of my hands under guidelines of a blah 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 plan spread over 3 months. Those sales are now finished. I still own or plan to vest in 2.3 million AMC shares. I am in. That was his tweet from the 12th. So I guess that sale happened on Tuesday the 11th, maybe, is what I'm gating from that. So
yeah, that's probably
that
right.
what you're getting? Okay, so I'm looking at this here on the chart. Like, here's the 11th. I mean, let me just look
So
at
he's
it.
been selling consistently since November. This isn't just like one big dump. He's been sloughing it off a little bit at a time,
Right,
which is
right.
smart,
So it
you
so
know.
so it ended on the 11th. Then potentially is what we're looking at here. And the 11th was, yeah, it was. I mean, it was technically a green candle, but it
Boy,
was, So, but I mean,
he's getting beat up for it though.
is he on Twitter?
He's Yeah, and just in general,
Yeah.
just scanning like what comes up in Google News feed. It's
Ah, okay.
it's why should he be making millions when there's no MOAS yet? Come on. But he's got to. It's probably part of his pension agreement or something.
So the top
See,
comments here.
the mainstream media is running headlines like AMC stock sinks to 8-month low after CEO sells some more shares. So
Right.
even though the two may have nothing to do with each
Yeah.
other, he's
The
getting the finger pointed at him.
perfect example of what I'm saying about the mainstream media. I mean, perfect example of that. Absolutely. Let's connect these two things and get a sentiment, rolling here. The comments on the Fox Business article are interesting. Like all the top comments here are interesting. Like Too many non-vertical, non-integrated business endeavors mentioned. Time for better and more core-focused leadership. That seems to actually be a thoughtful comment. Invest in a Chinese company? I think not. I don't even go into their theater chains anymore and won't get a dime out of me or Hollywood either. Chinese company? Okay, I don't know what they're talking about there. Can't blame him for taking a profit. Lucky guy. I mean, also a thoughtful comment, Yeah, no. Taking a profit? What the fuck? That's what the apes should have done. Here's a good one. This is why people should invest in GameStop instead. Yeah, right. That's exactly right. Because I almost said Adam, Ryan Cohen, he hasn't sold a single share, has he? I don't think so. Rat is deserting a sinking ship, plain and simple.
Ryan Cohen said that? Or that was
But
said about.
that was said about Adam Aaron selling his
Oh,
shares.
okay. But
Rat is
not by Ryan
deserting a
Cohen.
sinking ship, plain and simple. Well, if you're fighting for your life, if you're a rat on a sinking ship, I don't know, not a good position to be in. But
Here's
if
a
you are,
here's a
if
headline
you
from
are
Investor. Go ahead. There's so many of them. This one's from Investor Place. It says, "Follow the CEO's example and sell your AMC stock."
oh, that's a good one. That is a
Yeah,
good
so
one.
they're all coming out and just, they're basically now they've got a villain. Oh, here we go. This is from Puck News. Hollywood's villain of the year is Adam Aaron. Come
This
on.
one, this one right here is from November 11th, 2021. AMC Entertainment chief unloads shares, stock tanks. That was literally from November. And he tweeted the same damn thing. No, on November 10th. 62% of my share. Wait, hold on. 62% of my annual pay is AMC stock, not cash. I hadn't even sold one AMC share in 6 years. I publicly said months ago, and again Monday, now at age 67, it's prudent to diversify assets. I still have well over 2 million owned/granted AMC shares. I believe in AMC. So every time he sells shares, he tweets and says, well, at age 67, but I still have XX million. The more we look into this, the more I just don't really care for Adam Aaron. Like, I mean,
AMC shares slump as CEO, CFO sell off.
oh God. Yeah, AMC dipped 7% as CEO, CFO unload more shares. That was December 10th. So they've been running these articles for months with the same damn headlines, essentially. I mean, God.
Okay, this is, and I don't know, this WCCF Tech. Yeah, I guess I'll agree to your terms. AMC insiders dump more than 10 million of stock in just 2 weeks. This is from January 14th this year. Executives of entertainment firm AMC Holdings have continued selling their shares during the first half of this week, reveals data from the SEC. AMC and GameStop came under the limelight last year. Okay, so that's last year, blah, blah. We don't care
Yeah.
about that. Okay. AMC's executives this year, including its CEO, chief marketing officer, and general counsel, have sold thousands of shares within days in an occurrence unlikely to go unnoticed by the retail camp. But,
Mm-hmm.
he can do that. I mean,
He can do that, and the reality is, even
that's
even a
not what
million
moved it.
shares, even a million shares has such a small amount of effect on the price because it's not like you said, it's not like a block of a million shares at once. It's it's like the spigot is turned on a little bit, and it drips out, and then it's turned off, and and that happens. Like, I think they're trying to paint the picture of it being like all at once dumped, all at once, and the reality is that's not how they do it, because that would cause, probably down, that would have more of an effect probably. So they don't do it like that. But I mean, but even if it was like all in one day, it really wouldn't have that much of effect when you're talking about 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 million shares traded in a day anyway. Like you're talking about 1/50th of that. If it was 1 million shares on a 50 million share day, like that's really not that much. And I did a math on this last time because, or previously on a video on the old channel, because Charles Payne was hyping some shit up about like $90 million, and so it was. They weren't talking about number of shares. They were talking about like investor, puts $90 million in the stock or something like that. And I just did the math on it, and it was like less than 2 million shares. And it's like, that's to hype it up that much. I see why you chose to say it in dollars rather than shares, because like it was like a fraction of, it was just a drop in the bucket, like of the of a daily trading volume. So I think on some level this is irrelevant, really, because
It's
it
they don't
doesn't
have
affect
anything to
it
do
that
with each
much.
other.
It
It's
doesn't affect that much at
no.
all. And like by the same token, when the apes say things like, "Well, I'm going to go buy, everybody should go buy 100 shares," and I saw this in post recently. Even if everybody went and bought 100 shares, like all at once on the same day at the same time, the stock price still wouldn't move. And I'm thinking, well, 100 shares, like to move the price. I mean, you're talking about a stock that has like over 500 million shares. So 100 shares out of that alone is just a drop, like a speck in the in the of sand in the beach. Like it's not that much at all. And how many people are literally buying 100 shares or more? So, and they're all doing it at different times, and people are selling stock too. So you can't control it like that. It's not how it works. Like a market is, dynamic. It's always changing. You don't know who the fuck's doing what or why, and it doesn't matter because you've made the calculation and you're going for a target, and you're going to hit the target and you're going to get the fuck out. It's like at the casino, But no, they're focused on, well, I bought 100 shares and it didn't move the price. It's like saying, well, I pulled the handle on the stock on the on the slot machine 1,000 times and I didn't win. That thing's rigged. Okay, all right. Like, go read another book or
Yes.
something. Like what? And yes, but here's a good one. This is a good one right here. AMC Diamond Hands losing their grip after CEO sells more shares from December. Diamond Hands losing their grip. Diamond from the street. Talk about Jim Cramer. It's Jim Cramer's deal. Like, okay, the CFO Sean Goodman sold all of his 18,316 shares for about 565 grand. All of them.
Well, you know, um,
So this says Adam Aaron sold 312,000 shares on December 7th for $30.87 per share. So that sounds like it was a one transaction. It says a price. I mean, it could be an average price. Who knows? But so this is a little bit more specific. It says he sold 312,500 shares on December 7th. So let's look at December 7th. I mean, see what the overall day was. I mean, it was still a day that went up. So, it was in this little counter trend, like relief trend of a larger downtrend, of an ongoing downtrend. But, like, and on days like that, it's like, maybe there was a red day before it, and then, it seems like it's going up, and then that causes more FOMO buying to buy in, and it pushes it higher. But inevitably, like the trend is trending down. Like that is a great place to buy puts. On a day like that, really, um, because you get in cheaper. The higher the price goes, the cheaper the put contract is going to cost. But if you are, like these lines are moving averages. So like here you can see the green one crosses over the other two because it's the shorter shorter term one. So that's a pretty good confirmation like of down of it going down. Um, so yeah, it doesn't really matter like what happened on these days. That line is still going down. So, but it's interesting though that to find out that this number of shares on December 7th, because that was also it was a green day in general for AMC. So here's one. Tweet response to CEO Adam. I've been holding since $5. Your bad time tweet and actions are deplorable. I love the stock and hope we squeeze, but you lost my respect. That was in
Wow.
response to the selling.
There's just a lot of,
So
I don't know, ignorance. And I don't say that in a bad way, but just lack of understanding of
yeah,
how
I mean,
things work and how they connect or how they
exactly,
don't connect.
exactly. And I'm not claiming to be an expert, and I don't think you are either. But
Oh no, no, I'm far from it.
there are some basic concepts, like that. I would never go into anything that I've never been involved in before, and in less than 1 year, act like this. Like act like I know I am God's gift to the market. That we know what's right and what's wrong, how this is supposed to work, and how it actually works, and what the regulators are doing. Like it's not. It really it just defies all common sense and logic to think like, okay, I'm going to take up bowling, and then after bowling for 4 months, like I'm gonna go, and say, well, you know what, the lane should be wider, and they didn't put enough oil on there, and the ball weights are all fucked up, and there should be 12 pins, and this is the way it's supposed to be. Like, no, that's not the way it. That's not the way it is. It's the way it is for a reason, and you can learn that, and like, you know, learn how to do it the way it is, and just go with it. Or you can sit there and say, well, if the coach had only put me in, we would have taken state. Like Uncle Rico, I always come back to that. Like I always come back to Uncle Rico. But like, no, you don't know what the fuck you are talking about. You know, coach would have put you in, you still would have fucking lost because you suck. Like that's the reality, probably. Like that's equally as likely to have been an outcome. So, like, go fucking practice. You know, go lose some more money and learn from it. I mean, it's the best teacher, really. But I just want to clarify. Like I'm not saying I know everything, but shit, I mean, I know enough to
Well, I
know
certainly, I
that I
certainly
can't
wouldn't
go
be
in.
on Twitter
I can't go in with a
slamming the.
yeah, right. Like that's ignorant. That is one of the most ignorant things I have ever seen in this, and that's saying a lot. That is saying a lot.
Yeah, that's misdirecting your anger at the wrong target.
Right. It should be directed right back at yourself, for not making an informed decision. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just like, um, I, yeah, I don't even know what to say there. But
So check this out. This is a excuse me, it's a news release from Bloomberg, press release
hmm?
talking about the I own AMC NFT.
Yeah,
And it's expected to be sellable or tradable. But if it is, AMC will get a royalty.
Oh God.
Kind of brings us full circle.
Oh my God. Of course. We were talking about that
You
earlier.
share this
Yeah.
to
When we were like just
you
in
share this to
general that.
Telegram just so you have it for posterity.
Oh my gosh. Wow. yeah, there it is.
so so that gives you some insight
Mm-hmm.
into how a CEO thinks. Give them an
Yeah.
NFT, sure, trade it, sell it, trade it again, sell it again. We get a little bit of, royalty money every time you do because it's
Yeah.
got our logo on it.
Because he's never disclosed that to my knowledge, and the apes don't talk about that. And even if he did say it, and this is the last point that I want to make, um, is that, and everything, a lot of things we've been talking about have driven to this, but the idea of having a fucking conclusion in your mind already and using data, finding whatever you can to support it, and ignoring information that seems to disprove it. And that, if I had to boil this whole thing down to one concept, uh, call it cherry picking, call it, cooking the stats, whatever, abusive statistics, whatever it is, that is probably, and it's hard to say for sure, but that is a major problem, if not the most pressing problem of these uninformed investors, is that they're starting with this. There's going to be a short squeeze, you know, and here's and somebody figured out a way to make it, to do some creative math to make it seem like there's 75 trillion extra synthetic shares. Because why not? Because we already know that there are. We know it. We know there are, and we know there's going to be a squeeze. So why would you not just accept the shit at face? What somebody's feeding you some nonsense, and it doesn't get scrutinized. That's what this channel is always intended was always intended to be. Was to look at those things under not even a microscope, just a fucking magnifying glass. You don't need a microscope. You don't need a microscope, a magnifying glass, or readers like magnifying reading glasses will do. But and that again is a good example. This NFT being hyped by the apes and by Adam Aaron, and then come to find out, oh, well, AMC gets a cut of it if it's sold ever. I mean, that is a great find. That is, I have to say, that is a great find. That is a
And it
fantastic.
brought us full circle to the story about the Dune, the
Yeah,
DAO that bought the Dune book for the copyright and then went, oh, we paid $2 million and we can't
yeah,
do anything with it.
exactly. Yeah, and
So
again too,
yeah, there's
ANC NFT is created by Wax, an energy efficient, ultra low carbon footprint blockchain, and the first certified
in the
carbon
Cayman
neutral.
Islands.
Yeah, yeah, right. Um,
I just gotta throw that in there.
yeah. So it says this exclusive one-time NFT is yet another benefit for AMC Investor Connect members. Yet another benefit. AMC Investor Connect, which launched blah blah blah. Let's see, where's the NFT can be maintained either in a Wax Cloud wallet or certain other crypto wallets. If warehoused in the Wax Cloud wallet, AMC will pay all such account hosting costs for all of calendar year 2022.
Oh, does that mean we have to pay for it if we keep it longer than that?
That's what I'm just now wondering
Oh,
myself. There is no fee for an
oh,
AMC shareholder to enroll or stay enrolled in AMC Investor Connect. As of today, there are more than 425,000 Investor Connect members. NFT will be offered to all Investor Connect members residing in the United States and to those in any other country where it is both legal and where AMC and Wax have technical capability to do so. Um, doesn't say anything else about it. And it just
that's a
says,
little red flag.
yeah, I agree. I agree. The NFT can be maintained in either the Wax Cloud wallet or certain other crypto wallets. If warehoused in the Wax Cloud wallet, AMC will pay all such account hosting costs for all of calendar year 2022. So account hosting costs.
No, I
Max.
didn't give them any, I didn't have to give any payment information to open an account with Wax and download this
Hmm.
NFT. Didn't ask for anything other than my name and my email address. Um, but what if a year goes by, AMC stops paying to host because these all must be hosted in the AMC account? The AMC stops paying for their account. Do the NFT holders lose access to their
I don't know. It's a good
NFT
question.
if they don't transfer it into their own paid account or
This is a
somewhere else?
question for Apish Bambino. That he really,
I know, where
that
is
is a.
he when
I
we need
don't
him?
know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to try to get a hold of him directly. I think, but not
Yeah,
just
you have
for
to
this.
like
But
shake the trees and find him.
right. So this is from Wax, from last January. Wax is implementing a 2% network fee on all NFT secondary market transactions on the Wax blockchain, which will be collected, aggregated, and then distributed to participants in the Wax DeFi model. That means every time an NFT is bought and sold on a Wax powered marketplace, a portion of that transaction is collected as a network fee and paid out to the community via the Wax DeFi system on Ethereum. So that's seeming to be independent of any royalty that AMC would get. So there's going to be a 2% network fee to sell it. That's just a function of the Wax network itself. So that's interesting. That they don't tell you that either. They don't tell you that either.
Boy,
Um,
this is everybody who touches it gets a little money
right. Yeah, and
or a free
right.
popcorn.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that's the thing about something that's free, right? There's always strings. There's always fine print. There's always, like, even with those fucking prepaid gift cards, if you don't use them after a certain period of time, they start taking money off of them. Some of them. Uh, Bank account.
What's
If your
the
bank
saying? If
account
you don't
drops
pay for the
below a certain
product,
balance level, they charge you a fee. You know,
yeah,
it's nothing is free. Nothing is free.
right? If
I
you
mean,
don't
in
pay
the
for the
wet.
product, you are the product.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Is the apes have been fucking hoard out so much already in this. If they weren't so willfully ignorant, I probably would feel sorry for them, but I can't feel sorry for them because a lot of them are willfully ignorant. But I can try to expose this shit. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it with a smile on my face and the most respectful like way, but I mean, if you see fraud and you don't say fraud, then you're fraud. So like that saying was, I don't want to be fraud. So yeah, I'm gonna fucking say something about it. But that doesn't mean that I care. That doesn't mean that I care. It doesn't mean that I care because a lot of these assholes deserve to lose the money that they've invested. It's a sad reality, and they will, I'm sure. But you know, that's it's just yeah, it's just. I mean, if I didn't care, I wouldn't spend my time. I almost said waste. I almost said waste. If I didn't care, I
Like
wouldn't do
just
this.
said.
But at the end of the day, it's not about any individuals. Truly, it's still about trying to hold some accountability for the information, the snake oil, the charlatans, yada yada
Right.
yada.
Why should people be sitting there making quite a bit of money
Yeah,
off of spreading information that is not vetted? And if it's gone on, like somebody's been telling you something for like a year and a half and it still hasn't happened, it doesn't matter if it's, I'll put a ring on your finger or there'll be a
yeah,
MOAS or what,
yeah.
whatever it is, and nothing has changed, then it's probably time to start digging a
I
little
just
deeper and
I
considering.
just had a really interesting thought because you said that, put a ring on your finger. I wonder how many domestic, I'm not saying domestic violence really, but like, I wonder how many people are having domestic problems because of this. Like, for example, the dude is like a hardcore ape and the girlfriend or wife or whatever, like, you know, isn't essentially, and like she is sick of him like tying up all this money and continually saying, well, but it's, free beer tomorrow, free beer tomorrow, it's going to happen, I swear, honey, it's going to happen. That has to be happening. That has to be happening somewhere. Like,
I think that's grounds for divorce, I think.
in a large,
I
yeah,
think that's
right? Like, or, you mentioned that you're going to put a ring on your finger. I wonder how many women are waiting for that to happen because their dude can't afford the ring because it's tied up in this, for example, right? That has to, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people out there in the world. Like, there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people involved in this. I would say that's, I mean, I don't know. It almost kind of makes me want to start like a Facebook group or something like girlfriends of apes, girlfriends of apes, like support group or something. Like, we're here for you. We understand the irrationality being exhibited by your ape significant other. You know, I don't know. Just a weird
and
thought. I've never
there is
thought
some
about that.
irrationality that's, yeah, I'm sure that there's some of that going on. I mean, I kind of fell for the whole ape community thing initially. That drew me
Yeah,
in because everybody wants to feel like they're networked with other people. You don't want to feel like you're out there all by yourself in the
of
world, right?
course.
But the
Yeah.
first time that I questioned something in someone's post, and I don't remember if it was like the Moas or the shorts, there was something that I said, well, wait, but what about da 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 da? And man, I got attacked en
Yeah.
masse just for
Yep.
asking a question.
Yep.
And that was when I realized, we're not a community. You're not my friends, and I don't think
Yep.
you're very nice. That
That
I don't
is
think I like you very much
right, and
anymore. Um,
that's
and that's when I
akin
realized
to
it
a
really
cult.
wasn't a community. It was every
Yeah.
man for himself,
Yeah. Which
whatever
at the end
people
of the
say.
day is what it is. Like, that's always what it is, especially in the market. Like, it is
Yes,
one every man for himself, or
because that's capitalism, right?
we're
It's
individual
capitalism.
retail investors. Right, in a capitalist cutthroat dog eat dog world, it's not pretty, it sucks, and that's consequently, you know one of the reasons why I don't really like capitalism as a societal system. But it's the one that we have right now. But it's not the only way, and it's not the only thing that could work. I believe, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's not. It will throw you. It will chew you up and spit you out because
If you
on
could
the other
take
side
human
of
greed
every
out of it,
winning trade is a loser. At the end of
oh
the
yeah,
day, on the
absolutely.
other side of every trade, in that sense, like, somebody's losing, and the idea is not to be that person. And even the best, like you mentioned, even the best of the best of the best can barely do it. 6 out of 10 times be the winner. So it's not an easy system. It's not. There's a reason why 90% of there's a reason why 90% of the world's wealth is held by the top 1%, or whatever the specific statistic is. That doesn't come about because the system is fair, and just. So I don't think the apes really appreciate how fucked up capitalism is. I, I would say that.
And I also I don't know if they understand that they're trading against computers. Like they're not trading
Yeah,
with humans.
that's a
It
really
used to be
good
that
point.
way, but
That's a really, really good
there's no
point.
brokers on the floor going buy, sell, walk down to the desk, punch the
Right, they're not
card, pull
making
up the thing, call the
decisions.
guy.
Yeah, no, and let me take it a step further. They don't realize that all of their chatter, whether it's on Reddit, Twitter, YouTube comments, my videos, Short the Vix's videos, whatever, they don't realize that all of that chatter is being used against them. I mean, they might, because the one
Oh,
person said, I think I
yes.
talked about it on a thing once, but yeah, like, it's not like Kitten Griffin's sitting there with his feet on his desk, like, like formulating a plan. No, you guys are dictating it because of your foolishness and uninformed essentially, like they have more resources in that regard than they can ever imagine. I'm convinced. Like the apes have
No,
no clue, no
I
clue.
brought up text scraping on
Yeah,
Weeble. I made a post about
yeah,
text scraping,
yeah,
and again, I got like attacked, like, "Oh, you're crazy. That's conspiracy." No, text scraping has been used for a couple decades now,
right.
uh, by many corporations and businesses to gather consumer sentiment, right? See what the people are saying. That's how they know what
And it
products to develop and
right,
what
and it
direction
only
they want
makes
to
sense
go.
to
So
marry
yeah,
that with the electronic market making phenomenon,
absolutely.
and that's exactly what
Yeah.
Citadel has done. That's exactly what they do, and it's ingenious because that's how they can get ahead of the
And effective.
news. Everything, yes,
Yes.
right,
Yep. Yep.
yep,
Yep. 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 So yeah, they're trying to compete in a human context with technology. Yeah, it's rigged in that sense. It's absolutely rigged. I mean,
right.
the
But let me
algorithms don't care what you feel.
no, they don't. But let me jump in and say, but that doesn't mean that you can't make money. It doesn't mean that you can't profit. What it means is you cannot beat it. You can't, you know, you cannot. You need to be on the right side of it. You're not against it because it doesn't care. It's going to do what it's going to do, and you can either figure out what it's doing and try to go with it, or you can get fucked. Essentially, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Or write a better bot script that trades
Right?
better than
Yeah,
yours does.
write a better bot script, but at the end of the day, that's not practical because they have the best people.
I'm not sure
Like
it's
you just have to
legal.
assume
I'm not
that
sure it's legal either.
it's not, and you can't do it because you have to have enough capital to day trade with no restrictions, which is 25 grand. So because if you're going to have an algorithm trading, like you can't be limited to 3 day trades. That's not going to work. Like that shit's not going to work at all. Like day trading in general, like if you try to day trade on 3 day trades, it's extremely hard. Like it's very easy to get trapped in a position that you cannot get out of until the next day, which can totally fuck your account. So, and that's just 3 trades. So yeah, if you want to be doing some trading, you got to have some money, which automatically knocks out 50 to 60% of retail investors who don't have that much capital in their account. So, in that sense, yeah, you cannot compete with it. You cannot. You literally cannot unless you have money. You know, which is everything. That is everything. So yeah, I mean
You
it's really
now
interesting.
now I'm picturing like just all these people sitting at home with their feet up on the couch having a daiquiri or something while the script just trades for them, and they're probably the only ones making real money. Um,
Yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
mean, I
you
don't
can't just
know.
scream Moas against a computer. The computer's not going to hear you, and it's just going to proceed along without you. So
Right. Yeah. I mean, and in that sense, it really is a perfect instrument for that because it is not influenced by emotions. It can be
no,
it can just look at the data and go off of that, which is what investors should do. And that's really the interesting part about it is that on one side is our humans and individual investors, and price sentiment is very much not it is and is not a quantitative thing. There are fundamentals and technical and all that shit, but there's also just what is somebody willing to pay for this, and that sometimes can't be defined like numerically. In this, this is a perfect case of that. What happened last year, for example. So you have that on one side, the very human aspect of price and value and perceived value and all that. And on the other side, you have, a mathematical algorithm, that is smart enough, has been programmed to perceive the human emotional component, and to incorporate that. But at the end of the day, it is doing that in a methodical, stoic, computational way. And that is, it's a little bit like Mad Max, or I don't know, the Matrix or something, because um, it's just, how in the you so you have to just say, well, you can't try to fight it. You cannot try to fight it, because it will just end up, running you over, and you'll be out of you'll lose all your money, and you'll just be, back to square one. So the apes haven't figured that out yet. They haven't figured that out yet. Like, they they're not going to beat Wall Street, and that shouldn't be the objective. I've been saying this almost since day one of this channel, is that why is your goal to, like, punish hedge funds? Why is your goal to, change the market? That's not the fucking game you're playing here. You're playing a game of profiting or losing. Why are you trying to make it about something else? You're just going to get fucked. While you're sitting over here screaming about this, you're going to get, like, their hands are reaching in your pocket, and they're stealing. I mean, not even stealing, like, you are giving them your money, and you're making it about something. You're in the wrong court. It's not, that game isn't played on this court. You're trying to play baseball on a football field. And that, how are you? Okay, so you're going to score 4 home runs in the third quarter. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Either profit or lose, shit or get off the pot, cook or get out of the kitchen. That's what it comes down to for me. The point is to make money. Period.
Right.
That's
And you can't
capitalism.
eat an
That's
elephant with a
fucking
piece of water.
capitalism. And if you have criticisms with capitalism, which I think the apes, maybe, I think a lot of the apes are closet leftists, Marxists. I welcome those criticisms, but let's talk about it in the right venue. It's not a market problem. It's not a Citadel problem. It's bigger than that, truly, if you want to really get down to it, which I don't want to right now because I need to wrap this up. But, I don't know. There are genuine criticisms with capitalism that speak to a lot of the things that the apes have talked about: inequality, the abuses of Wall Street, in the past, 2008. All these things are societal problems, that go far beyond the market itself. They're problems that transcend whether you participate in Wall Street whether you participate in the stock market or not. A lot, like, how close-minded do you have to be to think that that is the end-all, be-all? No, people are suffering in this system. Many people who have no clue about how to trade a stock, will never trade a stock. They are also players in this whole thing that we call society. Stock market is one part of it. Yeah, it's fucked up, but a lot more shit is fucked up than just the stock market. And it's not because of the stock market, it's because of capitalism. Ultimately, that's what I feel. But I'll throw it back to you. Your final thoughts, so we can.
Well, I think that that's correct. Capitalism isn't perfect so far. I don't know that anybody's come up with anything that's exceedingly better. Um,
Better
and
for
if you
who,
don't
though?
like the way
Like,
that,
it's it.
well,
That's the thing, right? Because a lot the people
yeah,
that have the power and money, they like capitalism just fine. You know,
right. It's
the
not
Henry
broken for them.
Fords, the Elon Musks, the Jeff Bezos, the Steve Jobs. You know, so sorry to interrupt you, but I mean,
No, no, no. That's an accurate point. Absolutely. I guess the only thing I can say um, back to that is that if you don't like the way it's running, then get out there and get yourself into a position in the world where you can make a change somehow,
yeah.
Um,
You mean I can't just buy and
be
hold a
the next.
stock? I mean that won't do it.
Well, I don't know. I've got a free NFT I'm kind of banking on, but uh,
Oh,
I'll let you know
But
how that goes.
the man's even getting a cut of that. God, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm so glad you
I know
uncovered that one. That's
they're all
really
stepping
good.
on my Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a better way to do it. I just really hope that the pressure that seems to be kind of pushing down on a majority of people, not just in America, but globally,
Mm-hmm.
I hope that it's not what it appears to be, and that it eases up, and we get some breaks, and everybody can. There's always going to be struggles in life, but
Sure. Yeah.
there's a
You
lot
have
of
to have
things that are
struggle.
thrown at us
Right.
at
There has to
once.
be
Yeah,
struggle in
and
order for there to be victory. There has to be sadness in order for there to be joy. Like it's a very much a season. There's a season for this, a season for that, um,
yeah,
or
we've
yin
taken a
and
lot of
yang.
hits, and I think
Yeah,
we deserve a break. So I'm going to say we
I
need to go
agree.
sit on the beach and have a pina colada and just
I agree. And
not
if
have to
that's
worry
what you
about it.
want to do, not everybody. Personally, I find the beach like after a couple days to be pretty boring. And this is I'm from somebody in Ohio. We have a foot and a half of snow outside right now, and I'm saying that. So,
Oh,
you
sorry.
know,
I shouldn't even
everybody's
say beach.
different. Some people want to. That's some people that's their dream, and by God, they should be able to achieve that. I agree. You know, some people just want to have enough food to eat for their family. I mean that's a wildly different dream. And
Well, that's kind of my pina colada on the beach is kind of my umbrella
mhm,
statement for, we should all just have to not have to worry and be able to take a
I
breath,
gotcha. Okay,
and
okay,
you know, not have to be dealing with all the things that have been thrown at we've had a lot of stuff thrown at us the last
yeah.
couple of years. It's been
Oh,
pretty
sure,
tough, and
for
I think,
sure.
everybody
Yeah,
just needs to deserve everybody deserves a little relief.
yeah,
I don't know how to get that.
yeah. I don't know either. But the only suggestion that I have, and I've been saying this for a while, and a lot of people, radical left on the radical left, have been saying this for a while as well. But I think workers really need to be organized, and we need to realize that like we're workers are exploited to a degree. Why are there these this 1%? Well, it's because we go to work every day. It's because I go to work every day and I work, and yeah, I get paid a little bit, but the company and the owners, they get paid a lot more. And is that fair? When my bosses don't understand how the business really works, and they're putting pressure in the wrong places. They're not using their resources wisely. But I'm expected to just go and do my job and not say anything, not grease the wheel, not cause problems, and be happy and be grateful that I have a job. I think that needs to change personally, and I think there would be some struggle, but again, there's no victory without struggle. Workers need to organize, and we need ultimately, my ultimate thing would be massive general strike, a massive uprising of workers who say, no, we are not going to do this anymore. And if hit them where it hurts, where does it hurt them? What do they care about the most is their profit. So we're not going to fucking make you rich anymore unless we get X, Y, and Z. And that's how we have a lot of the things that we do have, like weekends and, the meager amount of health care and things like that. I think we've, we've, we've been placated with technology, with media, with mass media, with culture, with all of these things that ironically are profit making things as well. Just like Adam Aaron and the NFT. Let's throw them in NFT. We'll put some fees on the back end of that. They won't ever notice it because they're just going to be drooling about how awesome it is. I mean, it's the same damn. To me, it's the same shit. I'm the kind of person that's like, no, I'm looking at what it actually is, and if it's a fucking raw deal, fuck you. No, that's not right. I'm going to stand up for it, or at least, I know that that's the right thing to do in a lot of cases. But how do you ever get everybody, organized on that same page? How it's not like we have children working in factories, dying, getting caught in printing presses and shit like 150 years ago or whatever, Charles Dickens era, labor problems. So in that sense, the world's better, probably the best it's ever been for everybody. But at the same time, that inequality, the gap of inequality, has widened, you know, and um, you know, people still don't have their basic needs met. So I don't know. That I think that would have some effect on some level, you know. And the last couple of years have shown, 2020 showed that if it really comes down to it, and it's a literally like a do or die situation, we can do it. We can give people what they need. We can cut them a break. We can do this. We can not evict them. We can, give everybody, a basic level of income. We did it. I mean, so clearly it can be done. I mean, maybe not forever, but there could be some kind of happy medium. It doesn't have to be either all or nothing. I don't know. I think that the individual worker has more power than he realizes, but we've just been conditioned because of our consumer society to think that, we don't have any power. But until we realize that, I don't think that we will see much change. Personally, it's just my thoughts.
I think you're right, because we've been fed that you're lucky to have a job mentality.
Yeah.
And right now, apparently, employers are having a hard time finding people. So this is a good time for people to.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, and you hear about the Great Resignation, that narrative in the media. I don't know. It's hard. It's so hard to know what to believe and what not to believe. But I mean, there are statistics on it.
If you're resigning, call me, because I've been looking for a while now.
Right, but a lot of that is people retiring early.
Your job.
People retiring early is not the same thing as people like me who are in the prime working years refusing to work, And how are they supporting themselves? How are we going to support ourselves if we do all, like, on some level, collude and say, you know what, fuck this, we're just not going to show up for a week, for example. What would happen? I don't know, but things get to a point where it's untenable. It can't continue in the manner and method that it is. I don't think we're at that point yet, but I think we might be getting closer. I mean, I think we're getting closer to that point of a breaking point. But as long as there's Netflix, and AMC theaters, and all this, like, these luxuries of life, the metaverse, yeah. Instead of fixing the world we have, let's just create another fake one. Oh, that's so, fucking postmodern. Like, it's insane. That shit will never. I think that will be a huge flop. Personally, I mean, I think
it already is flopping. People are going to get bored with it pretty quick.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, because at the end of the day, what is it? It's nothing. It's just like, sorry, Apish. It's just like crypto. It's just like cryptocurrencies. All these things pop up, and they're a flash in the pan, and then they go away, like Shiba and all these things. Sadly.
And God bless the people who know how to make money off crypto, but I'm not one of them. I realize that, and I stay away from it now because
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean,
any profits I made from AMC went back into I lost them all to crypto. So
right, and for me, that's like option trading on Webull. I don't know what the fuck it is about that platform, but every time I trade options on Webull, I lose money. And it's like, I know that I know that I should not be losing money right now, but but the price is going down, and I'm looking at another platform and it's not. Something's wrong there, you know, and I don't know. It's just probably because I haven't used it as much, but anyway, yeah. So I avoid that. I don't do it, and because every time I do, I lose money. And everybody, you have to learn that about yourself. So it's this is a bit more about learning. This brings it full circle right here, Lynn. You have to know when to leave the casino. You have to know which tables you can play. You have to know, I don't know how to play poker. I'm not going to play that game. I don't know how to play blackjack. I don't know how to play baccarat. I'm not going to play those games. I'm going to go with what I know and stick to that and maybe learn the other things and, get the education. Lose money doing it, get the education. But if you don't know, if you can't control yourself to that degree, then, I don't know, what can you say? Like, you end up with a bunch of apes.
You don't want to be
like
the you
you
don't want to
don't
be the person being drug out of Caesar's palace yelling, I still have quarters.
right. You don't want to be Caesar. I am Caesar. You being dragged out of Caesar's palace, you know, like holding empty bags, and that's what we have right now. What we're gonna have, you know, that is as full circle can get, I think. But um, you know, there's a reason why human beings, Homo sapiens, are like we are the top species on the planet. And I always had this problem with the ape narrative of dismissing human intelligence. Like, the things that separate humans from primates are the things those are the things that you need to actually use in order to be successful and profitable and all these things. Why would you want to even entertain the notion, like, to say, oh yeah, we're dogs, like, or we're animals, we're some kind of lower intelligence, and take pride in that? It makes no sense. But you see the effects of that clearly, and and all you can do is just, like, shrug and say, yeah, well, you've it's like, you put your car in low gear, you're not going to go as fast. you know you're going to use more energy, and you're going to go slower, and you're going to burn out faster. And that's exactly what the fuck is happening. You have to use all of your gears. you know and
I know somebody who spent $400,000 on a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT, and
God.
they showed it to me. I saw a picture of it, and that was about a month ago, and I still, and I've thought about this a lot.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
And I don't understand at all. But I think there's some glorification of the, like, okay, you think we're dumb, but we're much smarter than you think we are, and that's always
Right.
a dangerous place to work from.
That is an incredibly dangerous place to work from. And again,
Yeah.
to, like, create like a full circle, like, uh, infinity sign here. It seems like that's one of these things about a cult, is that you have a sense of superiority. You have this bravado. You have this, like, you know, this smug,
Special club.
like, confidence that, you and you laugh at people when they try to, like, help you understand. They just laugh at you because they're so far advanced, and you just don't get it. They're just on a different level. I mean, that's cultish. That really is. And again, like, the shit you mentioned about asking questions on a forum and being just, being
Oh,
denigrated,
roasted.
roasted, flamed, whatever you want to call it. That that is a terrible place it's a terrible feeling. And I've done this. I've had the same thing happen on Reddit, and that was the beginning of this channel. Essentially, that was the beginnings of, in my mind, before I even thought to do it, before I ever did. That's when I started realizing what I had gotten myself into, you know. But because that's not the way it is. I mean, in reality, in real life, like, you know, people people who know things and are good people, they they're understanding, and they want to help, and they want to teach, and they want to share their knowledge, and they would never act that way. They would never act that way. Not on their worst day would they ever act the way that these people act on a daily basis. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's I I don't know. It really defies logic. It's truly an American phenomenon. I think only in America could this shit originate. Like, it is very American in that sense. Like, America has always been this kind of like, well, I think Benjamin Franklin even said that, Americans are crude. They're cruder, less refined people who are, passionate still. They're passionate people, but they're not. We're not as, we're not like, uh, people from the Netherlands or Germany or whatever. Like, there's 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 something American about this phenomenon. It's, I don't know, for better or worse, probably worse. Um, Makes sense to me that, like, this started here, you know, and not like in the UK. Even though there are people obviously who have bought into it, but that speaks to, again, I think that speaks to the larger problems with capitalism at the end.
I I think that we can probably pin some of the responsibility on Reddit and on
Yeah,
YouTube and on human enthusiasm and on everybody wanting to be the one that gets the golden ticket,
yeah,
um, and on
sure.
stimulus money and
Yeah,
just a lot of stars aligning, just a lot of stars aligning. If there hadn't been a pandemic and a lockdown and all that,
yeah.
would AMC have even gone up to $72? You know,
Right.
would it
Well,
have made
yeah,
that
exactly.
trajectory up?
No, that's a great point. One of those academic papers I read mentioned something like that, and it said basically, and we've heard this before because, uh, I believe it to be true. The short sell people who short sold these stocks, like AMC and GameStop and stuff, that was a good play. That was the right thing to do because they did close. They closed down. They didn't have customers. So short selling was profitable. It wasn't because, you know, they wanted to drive them out of business and, all of this narrative. Short selling is a function of the market. It's legal. It is a thing. It's not going away. It exists for certain situations. And this was one of those situations that was right for it. Like, so, at the end of the day, the short thesis was correct. I mean, and I will say that definitively because they literally closed their doors. They locked their doors. They did not take customers' money. What is going to happen to the stock price as a result? So if you're trying to make money, that is a way to do it. It's a valid way to do it. And again, it's just this. It's a misunderstanding. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding. It's an unwillingness to learn, whatever. But the short thesis was correct. That's, like it was. Now that doesn't mean that there haven't been times when they, in the past, like where they did, do illegal things or things that are now illegal that were not illegal then, like naked short selling, like uh, like the apes claim and all this stuff. That didn't always used to be illegal. So things change, laws change, regulations change, and everything adjusts as a result. I mean, at one time there was no SEC, there was no regulations in the market whatsoever, and then we had 1929. So like as a result,
Exactly. Yeah.
we have the SEC,
Exactly.
and then some more shit happened, and then we got more regulations, and that just kept happening, and now we're at a point where it's the most regulated, it's the most safe, it's the most open because of payment for order flow. Anybody can have access to it without having to, give away commissions and all this stuff. Like, it really does seem to be like this, just as entitled, I deserve type of mentality that really doesn't have much basis in reality other than, like making bad decisions and then thinking that you could just erase that or that it should be the opposite. And that's just, it's delusional, really. It's delusional. But
It really is. And the thing that turned me away from it was when so many people came out and said, no, we don't want you to issue any more stock shares of AMC
yeah,
until the MOAS.
good.
And
Yeah,
the company definitely needed to raise money. And that was an easy way for them to do it. It would have diluted the shares somewhat, but not that significantly. And I thought, how can you say you're so invested in a company and then the company comes to you and says, as shareholders, this is what we need to do to get ourselves
right.
farther out of the red and towards profitability. And then you say no, because we haven't made our money yet.
I
And I thought,
remember,
you know
yeah,
what? I can't be part of that. I can't be part of that.
yeah, right,
It goes against business sense. It goes against, just everything for me personally.
right.
Um,
It goes against
and the way
common
that it was done
sense.
was so rude. And there
And
were so
yeah,
many of us going, no, yes, we're cool with it. Do it. Do it. It's a good idea. We know it's good for the company. We
right.
want to invest
If you
long term
care,
in the company.
yeah, if you're a long-term investor in the company, Apple has way more shares. Apple has billions of shares. Yes, AMC has a lot of shares. Yes, they added a lot of shares this past couple years. But I mean, it's
But
not
they
like they
needed
have the most
to clean
shares
up their
of,
ledger.
right. It is an unprecedented time. Why does Apple have so many shares? They never went through pandemic. They had billions of shares before the pandemic. So, I don't know. It's
How can you say, we love the stock, we're for the business, this is it, we're all in, and then go, but no, because we don't want the company to be profitable until we get what we think we
right.
deserve. And, uh,
That says it all. I
yeah,
mean,
that
that
was when
says it all right
I,
there.
I just
It says it
hit
all.
my
It
head
says
against
it
the
all.
wall.
Because,
Yeah.
that showed their hand of, we only care about our own profit, which, again, at the end of the day, is what it's about. But don't mask it in this, you know, good versus evil, hedge funds versus retail, short sellers versus everybody type of mentality,
Yeah.
or a type
I
of,
love the
false
movies. I
narrative.
love
It's a
movie
false
theaters.
narrative. It's a
It
false
was.
narrative, and a lot of people lost money because of it, and and they haven't
Yep.
learned. A
That
lot
was
of
when I
them
walked
have
away.
not learned. Some people have, or they want to, or or at least they're willing to listen to people like us talk about shit like this, and I commend those people, for confronting these things that they would have a year ago or 6 months ago, not giving any attention to. I do. I commend those people, and like, welcome to the world of learning from your mistakes. Really, that's, I don't know, how else I can put it. It's an ugly world, but you got to know
You know,
you
you
got to
just got
know
to avoid the
yourself.
ugly parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, right,
You're,
exactly. And if you think the market is that manipulated and fraudulent, well, then there's a really simple answer to it. Don't go to the casino. Just don't go. Don't participate in it, because you're not going to beat it at its own game. And that's true for anything,
nope.
I think, pretty much. Like that, and that's
And then,
that's why I don't think that, like, Congress and that the United States government is ever going to change the things that need to be changed. It's the reason why the United States, the U.S., America, had a revolution, that was you know, unlawful. It was an unlawful revolution that we did. It was outside of the system that we had at the time because the system could not handle the problems and the reality of this new world. And I think that's where we're at. We're pretty close to that point because Congress is a joke. It's all it's just it's laughable, really. It's so ridiculous. Biden is I don't want to get into politics, but I mean, let's just say that the last three presidents have been disappointing. Four, five, the last in my lifetime, all of these
There's
all of
never
these
been a good
leaders,
one.
all of these leaders have been massive disappointments. They're all corrupt. They're all just in it for whatever. They're all puppets for the corporations and all that shit. So yeah, it's going to have to be outside of something that would normally happen. It would have to be outside of, you know, the notion that you could change the stock market by participating in the stock market is just absurd. Like it, that's not. It's just you have no problem solving critical thinking skills. If that's what you really, truly, and and deeply believe. Just like then why when then it's like then you should say, well, the United States, America should not have had the revolution. They should have stayed under the British crown, and worked within that system to make it better. That's not how it works. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's pretty meta, pretty like zoomed out, but you know most of these fundamental changes happen from outside of something where people like have realized, wow, this is really fucked up. Let's change it, okay? And then they like conspire and create something new, and there's something radical happens. Um, Buying and holding and losing money is not that radical. It's not really that unique either. A lot of people lose money in the market every day. So just another bag holding retail investor who didn't take the time or have the sense to know what they were getting themselves into or even learn from the mistakes that they made as time went on.
Well, I just hope that anybody who's bag holding right now bought in at like $2 or $3 a share, and then
Yeah.
it's good.
Well,
You know,
I hope so too, but sadly, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I don't know, so it's just an opinion, but I'm sure that there are some. But I would think that people who were like smart enough to see this at that point, if they saw it at that, they bought in at those levels, like they were looking, they had a more complete picture of what was happening. I would think that they would have definitely taken their profits, or at least enough to cover the cost or whatever. Like maybe they still have some shares. I mean, that's just my sense of it. Like the Keith Gills, like the people like that, like people that were in tune with what was happening. They're long gone, in my opinion. Just like Keith Gill is long gone. You haven't heard anything from him in a year or more. You know. Um,
but another Kiko will pop up with the next thing. So there'll be
yep.
another one. I guess in wrapping up,
Yep.
I could say if you miss that one, don't worry, because eventually another one will happen. You just got to be paying attention.
Right. Yep. Yeah. And just like with this one, while you're sitting there holding, waiting, wishing, wanting, all of that for, a 5,000% profit, there are those of us sitting here making 5, 10, 20% on a regular basis, and that's doable, and that's the way it works, really, like, and it doesn't matter if it goes up or down. I want to stress that, with AMC hodling, it has to go up. But, you know, that's not the only way to make money. Like, as,
No,
like what we're seeing
could
right
be a
now
long wait.
with this crash. Yeah. Yep. Right. And if the stock goes to zero and the company closes and everything shuts down or whatever, then that's it. But you doesn't have to be the way. There are other ways. So anyway, I've enjoyed,
Yeah, move on.
yeah, exactly. Right. Close it, move on to the next one. Take it and move on. It's like, what, I don't know. I I always enjoy talking to you, Len, because you you have, we are like on the same frequency wavelength, but you're coming at it from such a different perspective, different experience, different, um, and I appreciate that. It's nice to you know work work some of these things out, and throw these ideas back and forth, and hearing your perspective from your experience.
Well, I appreciate you as well, and I'm always very grateful when you share your live stream space with me. And
You are
to all the
always
people out there
welcome.
listening who are wondering,
You
all the people listening who are wondering, why don't these two just talk on the phone?
well,
Because
yeah.
it's not the same.
No, it's not. And yeah,
We
like
want to
I think
include
that,
you.
right. Yeah, and just to that point, I'm always if you're like, "Hey, let's do a live stream." If I can, I will. So don't, if you're like, I got something really, we need to talk about. But to anybody else, like, this Telegram group is linked. I think I have a link in the description of here. Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah,
Um,
join the Telegram. Join the
yeah,
Telegram, folks.
join
It's
the
fun.
Telegram for regular chat and voice chat, and then I have it linked up to this live stream. And it's crazy to me that the number of, as many times as I've done these live streams, and as prominently displayed as the link to this Telegram group is, I've there's never been one person who willing to, or wanted to, or ever did join and come in here and talk to me and talk to us on here. Like, that to me it's a little surprising. I thought we would at least have somebody, a heckler, maybe like an ape, like, to come and give me shit. I even welcome that. I've always welcomed that in these live streams. Like, hey, you disagree with me? Come in, let's talk about it. Come in, fuck, insult me. You'll get a little time before I block you. Like, like, but I don't. But that shows me, that tells me something about the conviction, the conviction here, because I mean, yeah, I know I only have 61 subscribers or whatever now, but I had 300, over 300 at one point on the other channel, and it was the same thing. Nobody did. Well, plenty of supporters, and stuff like that, but I really want there to be more engagement. Like, I think the channel could be more helpful if, for example, somebody who had a different opinion, or was like further, not as far along in their development of understanding, came in here and we had this type of discussion with them. I think that would be kind of useful, kind of interesting, and I'd like to have it captured, okay, on a recording, because we can talk all night about this shit, but there's going to be somebody who believes something that I've never heard, or you've never heard, and that's a new thing, to like to look at and think about and talk about. So I really, you know, there's somebody out there who's got the courage, you know, to like put themselves out there to this small of a degree. I really, I want to encourage you to do that next time, because, like, you might learn something, we might learn something. it might be fun. It might actually be fun.
Definitely. Definitely. It's not scary. We're actually both pretty nice people, really.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, more of a, I guess more of a tough love type of nice, but I mean, again, I wouldn't be here doing this if, you know, I didn't see people being taken advantage of and people, in a less than desirable situation and want to help in some small way, like the only way that I really can is by talking about like what I see and what you've experienced and those type of things. And by the way, and it happened before on the old channel, it happens now. People appreciate that. They do. They do appreciate, an honest, unbiased, fact-based, evidence-based look at, a lot of these things. So that makes it worthwhile. The one person that emailed me the other night, those types of things, that makes it worth it for me. The first time I got the comment that like, wow, I really appreciate, what you're doing here. And I didn't realize what I was missing from, listening to X, Y, and Z people or whatever. So those are the reasons. I'm not making any money off of this at all.
No, there's no agenda. There's no agenda here.
There's no agenda. Yeah, there's no agenda whatsoever, other than
Just
to
truth.
try to uncover what's happening, take a look at things. Oh, by the way, just last thing here. Remember that lawsuit of that big lawsuit where all these investors were suing Robinhood and Citadel and Webull and all those things? That lawsuit was dismissed, which
Dismissed.
I knew it would be. I'm not a lawyer, but I would put money on the fact that it would have been dismissed, and it was. It was dismissed, and that was back in November. Actually, I missed this in the news. I missed it, but thanks to institutionalinvestor.com, which this is on my this is a website I'm gonna remember for the future. We have this here, and that the judge dismissed the lawsuit against Robinhood and Citadel, accusing them of colluding to stop investors from purchasing the stocks. So she said, the judge said it was unfounded, which,
Yep.
we knew anyway, but
Yeah, that was kind of a pipe dream that somebody had.
yeah, yeah. But that's an example of something that we
billed
said.
hours for it, so
Right, yeah.
for him.
Again, yep, somebody made money. But this is an example of something that we talked about here that, I'm not tooting my own horn, but, this is something that we talked about, an opinion we had that, ended up being the right call. So, we don't
I think
put,
I remember saying, "Oh, the judge is going to throw that the hell out."
Yeah, you did, and and like it's just about trying to get better at developing that sense of like what should I put my trust in this? Should I give this any credence, or should I maybe do some more digging? And we did. I mean, we looked at this lawsuit. We looked at the actual document on here. We did. We looked at the document. We went through it. We looked at the specifics. We talked about the arguments. I mean, that's what this channel is about. And this is, to me, this is a win for that evidence-based approach. Like shit, I'm thinking about going to law school now. I'm just not really, but but it's it's not about law. It's not about finance, really. It's about just I thought about this the other night. It's having a scientific approach, and by that I just mean going where the evidence leads. Whether that means whether it means in at the ultimately what I wanted it to mean or not, going with the evidence, and that's really what was missing.
Yeah, facts need us to fight for them right now because they're under attack.
Yes. Yep.
And that's kind of what, we've always talked about is just
It
like
is.
facts. That what's your source? Like, what's that source's source, and where did it originate?
Right.
And
Yeah.
where's the
Pretty
proof?
much. Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to put something on the screen here in just a second. But this is why I used this. I actually borrowed this from Sean Williams at the Motley Fool, who's been, talking about this shit for months too. And he gets a bad rap, but everything he says is spot on. He's very evidence based. Um, and actually, Apish was the one who really kind of turned me on to him. But we follow each other on Twitter and stuff, and um, he's a good guy, and he gets a bad rap because, of course, he's saying something that the apes don't want to hear. But I'm getting this up here momentarily, is that facts matter. That's the hashtag. That's the message. That's what this channel is really, supposed to be about, and it is about.
Right.
Is facts matter. It fucking matters whether what you're saying is true or not. Because if it's not true and it's not true, then that makes you a fraud. And if it's not true and you don't know it's not true, this is getting confusing. If it's not true and you don't know it's not true, then you're negligent because you're not doing your due diligence to make sure that you're putting out accurate information. So either way, if it's not true, you shouldn't fucking be saying it. So we're trying to uncover that, at the end of the day. So with that, I do need to wrap it up because it's 10:15 out here in Eastern time zone. So, it's not late, but I'm getting a little hungry. I didn't eat dinner, so yet.
Well, the sun has set here on the West Coast, so
really,
California too. Oh, hot. Yeah, yeah. It's amazing. I know it does. It does that.
Wow.
It's really
I
weird.
I just thought it was perpetually like, sunny and 65 degrees and blue sky there.
Well, we rely on tourism, so we want you to think that. But
of course, yeah, of course. But anyway.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Scott.
No, thank you.
So much
thank you for jumping
chat.
in like last minute, like, hey, you want to do this? So yeah, really cool. Enjoy your night. And we'll talk soon.
You too.
All right, Lynn. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye now. And then there was one. So that leaves me here to wrap this up. And I think in order to do that, I think the appropriate thing, as always, is to wrap it up the way I always wrap it up, right? Why change something that works? Why change something that works? Yikes. Doing this live, it gets a little bit tricky. I'm not going to lie. It gets a little bit tricky, but anyway. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. It's a lot easier to do this shit in post-production, I'll tell you. But it takes a lot more time. It's a lot quicker to do it live. But it is what it is. Anyway, good night. Take care. We will see you here next time.
I met you at my show.
Peace.
Yelling and screaming on the front row. Jumped on stage, knocked me down. You made me horny. I drug you around, put you in the van, took you to the tail. On the way there, you was texting on your cell. You jumped out the van before I got the room. Hopped in the car with your girl and went zoom. You danced with girls like a freak. You promised me a threesome last week. Another girl, it's hard to find. What about what's her name? She changed her mind. So many people coming through. I can't get time alone with you. At least I had privacy, single and pole. With you, I can't even jack off no more. You full of shit. You got a real bad temper. I got another woman that wants me to pimp her. Out of sight, out of mind, sipping wine, someplace I can't hear you whine. You're too controlling. My chin is something you shouldn't be holding. You need to tuck your tail. You're a woman, but you think you're an alpha male. Till you're laying on the ground, bleeding like hell, begging the cops to take me to jail. Inconsiderate, selfish. When I open your legs, I smell fish. You talk too much to everybody. So flirtatious, so naughty. How can you be jealous on Facebook, keeping up with your ex-fellas? You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. You don't trust me, I don't trust you. Now what the fuck we supposed to do? You disrespectful, I'll break your neck, ho. I'd rather live alone than listen to you moan and groan. You're too demanding. I got a sugar mama and she's outstanding. The future was looking rosy before I found out you were so damn nosy. I can tell by the way you run your mouth. You're a punk ass, no class bitch from the south. Showing off on Facebook, my privacy has been took. I was blind, but now I see. You getting famous hanging around me. You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Don't provoke me, I might choke thee. Roll thee up and smoke thee. You're so annoying, my career you're destroying. You're such an envelope pusher, such a gossip gusher. It's not fly to me for you to invade my privacy. Money taker, trouble maker, orgasm faker. Who's fucking up my schedule and they won't give me head? Oh, that's you. You wanna run away with my daughter? Meet a new man in Florida. I'm in the studio, rocking it steady. I'll visit my daughter when I get ready. You full of shit, full of shit, full of shit. And you need to quit. Baby, you full of shit.